Hello, everyone. This is our last special stream of January. Now that we got our trilogy of, best of, worst of, and all that shit out of the way, now we're gonna go to the real cream of the crop here. Well, not really the cream of the crop, but we are going to be talking about the DCEU since it recently just ended with a whimper with Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. We decided to officially rank the entire DCEU from Man of Steel to Aquaman and Lost Kingdom. So yeah, we're not gonna be ranking them like our best and worst of. We're gonna go movie by movie. Each person is gonna give a few sentences about their thoughts, and then we're gonna discuss it for maybe a couple minutes and then move on. But that's pretty much it. Obviously, you know who we are. We don't need pleasantries. We could just get right into this bitch. So with that, we will talk about Man of Steel first. Obviously, the introduction to the DCU, and I will start. Obviously, so I recently rewatched Man of Steel because I wanted to get a better grasp of it because I hadn't seen it pretty much in 10 years. So I was like, all right, let's see how I've changed. Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. I watched it and yeah, I didn't really care for it this time around. I'm sorry, but I just
Can you help me?
felt
Yes, because
um I just felt it was a very the problem I had with Man of Steel, like there's a lot of problems. There is a lot of problems with this movie. But I feel like I can't say everything because I recently submitted a review on Letterboxd, and if you've seen that review, it's fucking long. So I think the bare basis of why this movie just doesn't work, it just feels very hollow. It feels very empty, and it feels like a lot of the things it's trying to say just comes off as very surface level. Like it doesn't there's no like deeper dive into it. I feel there's no explanation of all the things it's trying to say. It's just says these things and moves on. Not to say it doesn't have merit. It does. Henry Cavill does try his best, and I think he's a little bit too like I would say wooden, but like that's understandable because he's like, kind of getting used to the role. He's trying to feel his way in the role. So it's like, okay. Russell Crowe is amazing. Um, Michael Shannon is easily the best part of the movie. That dude just commands the entire screen whenever he's on screen and all that. So the acting's really good. The CGI still holds up to this day. Like 2013 Man of Steel scenes holds up. Flash Man of Steel scenes in 2023 looks dated upon release. Go figure. But yeah, I do have a lot of problems with it. I could go on, but I only have so much time before, you know, the orchestra starts playing. So I think it has some good parts, good scenes here and there, but it's overall, I think, a kind of mediocre movie. I would give it like a 4.5, maybe a 5 out of 10. Overall, not great, but that's just my thoughts.
Um, Honestly, I've always liked Man of Steel. I've liked it from the moment I saw it in theaters. In fact, this is a movie I will always defend. I like the more grounded feel. I love the score. Especially that awesome song by Chris Cornell. I liked the direction it was going in. I liked the darker tone. I really liked Henry Cavill as Superman, and I like the idea that this Superman is not perfect, and he's trying to figure out who he is or where he belongs in the world. Could have been executed better, sure, but this movie worked for me. I actually liked Lois Lane in something. Even in the DC animated universe, I still think Lois Lane is annoying. I liked Amy Adams as Lois Lane. It's a shame another movie kind of ruined her. But I really like the action. I thought Michael Shannon was a hell of a lot better as General Zod than the one in Superman 2. And the whole like collateral damage thing, I mean, come on. Do you guys ever watch the animated Justice League cartoon and all the damage that Superman has caused in that show? Remember when he beat the shit out of Captain Marvel? And Superman killing Zod, I'm like, I don't have an issue with that. Besides, he killed Zod in Superman 2. But yeah, I'm not ashamed to admit it. I still like Man of Steel, and I always will.
Yeah, I pretty much I'm honestly on the same level as you. I've always really liked this movie. I've always loved this movie. I mean, it's obviously not my favorite DCU, but the thing is that this is honestly just the start. Like, honestly, I thought that this was like an excellent start to the DCU. I know some people disagree. I love the performances: Henry Cavill, Amy Adams, Russell Crowe. Who was it? I'm blanking out for a minute. The one who played Jonathan Kent. I'm blanking
Kevin
out.
Costner. Kevin
Kevin
Costner.
Costner. Yeah. Sorry, Kevin Costner. They all do a great job. The CGI I still think holds up. I would say the only things about it was that maybe the editing was a little too annoying and all here and there, like a lot of the zoom in shots kind of thing. It did get kind of annoying a little bit here and there. But I mean, I do like how this is a grounded kind of Superman. This is I mean, yeah, people like a lot of whiny fanboys bitch about the collateral damage and the Superman never kills. I'm looking at you, Blockbuster Buster. But anyway, it's like this Superman is honestly inexperienced. He's as Devin said, he's not perfect. He's inexperienced. He's new to this kind of thing. He had to hide his powers for so long, and now this is the first time he's able to use them and do something about it. So, of course, I think Amy Adams, she does an excellent job as she plays a good Lois Lane and all. Yeah, her character's ruined by a movie we'll get to later, but I mean, she was good here. Of course, Michael Shannon does a great job as Zod. So, because honestly, he's more focused on saving his people and his planet. He doesn't give a shit about Earth or its inhabitants. So it's the hard choice that Superman had to make choosing between his heritage and the people that raised him, which I think is it's a great dilemma. So, but yeah, I would say awesome movie. I would say in terms of my DC ranking, I would pretty much put this at number 3. So.
Oh shit! I did forget about that. I have Man of Steel.
I did as well. I have it at number 10. Number 10.
Oh, all right, it's me. Okay, Man of Steel. When I first started my DCU rewatch, like it's one of those films that I was kind of split on when it first came out, and then after rewatch, I kind of am starting to warm up to it a little bit. Like it's actually it's good. It's a good film. I like the acting in the movie. I like that the first chunk of the movie was on Krypton, and I liked Russell Crowe as Jor-El. It is a fairly it does tell a solid story with like Clark Kent, Kal-El trying to figure out where he is in terms of where his place is in the world and having to learn his powers, and then to ultimately fight against his own race and General Zod and all that stuff. And yeah, I thought Lois Lane in this movie was interesting. The problems with this film though is I do feel like the editing in this film's a little too all over the place for my liking. I would have preferred it if it was a little bit more streamlined. Like instead of like doing the flashbacks like all over the place, they should have just had it go from Krypton to when Clark was, a kid, and then having him then seeing how he progresses. I think that would have fit a little bit better. And the collateral damage, like at points it does make your eyes roll a little bit because it's like, okay, this is a little silly, especially if you're trying to tell a grounded Superman story. But in hindsight, I kind of get what they're going for. Michael Shannon's great in this film. Much better performance than in The Flash, where he just didn't even want to be there. Like you could tell he was trying. The effects look good. I mean, it's one of those films I really don't have much to say. It's I think watch this movie if you want. Basically just watch it, form your own opinion, because it is a divisive film, but honestly, it might surprise you. In terms of my list, it's number 7 in my ranking.
I guess that leaves me. Man of Steel is, I always say Man of Steel is the Superman film I never knew I needed, because this film was just, because I honestly, at the time, I went through a lot of complicated emotions because I really wanted a Superman film with Brainiac. And I think the best chance was to get a sequel to Superman Returns, which I honestly liked when I first saw it, but I soured on it as time went on because I started to see the flaws. And ultimately, that film just kind of felt like, like I've said before, it's not a Superman film. It's a tribute to one, and a bad one at that. But this film, it was really the first full trailer that really kind of had me intrigued. And then when I finally saw it, because I figured this was just going to be, just a rehash of part 1 and part 2 mixed together. But, Zack Snyder really did his own thing with it. And I love what he did with it, because what he did was he gave us a Superman. He's still Superman. He's still a very decent guy. This is a good guy. I don't care what you say about him killing whatever. He is still Superman at heart. He is still a very good guy. You can't help but love this guy. I mean, everywhere from, that big smile on his face when he sees his mother, and from everything to when he saves Lois and everything. And so to when he saves the soldiers, and, there's that great scene where Colonel Hardy says, this man is not our enemy. So, and he wins them over because he helped save them, fought on their side and everything, protected them. And that's the whole point here, because he took a Superman and put him in a realistic setting. This was not a Superman that people were just going, worship right away, like in the original Superman. Not that there was anything wrong with that, because, that was beautiful the way they did it. But I like the way they did it here too, where, it shows a more realistic reaction where people hate and fear him. And he has to win them over, which is, which I just love. And it's honestly a masterpiece to me. It's one of the best comic book films I've ever seen. So, yeah, this was, I loved Superman 1978 growing up. It was always my favorite. And this feels like more of an adult Superman that I love as well, equally as well. So, I can't even choose between them. So, that's it.
And
wait.
For my ranking, number 3.
Yeah,
number 3 on my rankings. Yeah, number 3.
So for a movie and cartoon fan, unfortunately he couldn't join us, but he did leave a shit ton of comments on his ranking. Although he refused to see Flash and Aquaman 2, fair, and he hasn't seen Black Adam and Birds of Prey, also fair. And he has Man of Steel at a 10 out of 10, and I believe it's second in his ranking. It's second. So now we'll discuss for a little bit, just like if we want to, talk about it a little bit more for a couple minutes. So, it's Man of Steel is one of those cases where it's like, if people like it, that's fine. I have no problem with it. I'm not going to be like, oh, how dare you? What's wrong with you? It's just like, I can't, I loved it when it first came out. And I saw it only twice. I think I saw it both times in 2013, and then I never saw it again. I think it was because I just wanted to cherish ad when I first watched it, and then I didn't want to see it again, So now I'm like, no, let me buck up and finally see it. And I just couldn't. I just didn't care for it as much. I just felt like it was. I feel like a lot of the things they tried to say just didn't come across to me as genuine or interesting. It just came off as just kind of it just kind of there. It didn't. I didn't see it for what it was trying to do. It was just kind of there. I don't really know how to explain it. I guess. I have a whole review on it on Letterboxd, so. If you follow me on Letterboxd, you could fucking see my review. I'm in the middle of writing my BVS one right now, and I'm gonna do my Suicide Squad one soon.
You know what? Anyone that watches this video should follow all of us on Letterboxd.
Yeah, I can leave them in the description when we're all done.
We all have letterboxes. Follow us.
But yeah, it just Man of Steel is just, I don't know if anybody else has anything. Like, I will stand by, and I don't care if I get shit for this. I don't think I'm gonna get shit from it from anyone here. I'm just anybody watching. I don't care. Hans Zimmer's Man of Steel score is better than his Dark Knight score. I don't give a fuck. It's better. I don't give a shit. I don't care. I don't care.
I agree. Yeah.
I know I'm not going to get shit from here, but I'm going to get shit from the comments. I don't give a fuck.
You're not going to get it from me.
You're not. I know I'm not going to get it from you. But here's the thing. A
lot of fans will agree because a lot of fans do love that music.
Because I will say, Dark Knight, it's okay, but like, honestly, it's kind of repetitive. Like, it's just kind of like it feels like a generic action score to me. Like, there's a lot of really, really good stuff in there, but like Man of Steel, it just feels like this grandiose, epic journey of music. And
you cannot watch the first flight scene with that music tell a story to not tell me that's beautiful.
Yeah, like, and the thing is, I do want to say this. I don't agree with any of the pretty much any of the superficial reasons.
No.
The what Devin was saying with the destruction, all of that, or like the Jesus imagery. I don't give a fuck about that. Like,
he's always been compared.
He's always been not just Superman. Not just Superman. Any chosen one is gonna have Jesus imagery. Are we gonna get sick of it? Yeah.
The parallels have been there since the beginning, man. Yeah, exactly. But the parallels have been there since Jesus and Moses since the beginning. He was created with using Mosaic imagery. Yeah, exactly.
The Moses
imagery, exactly.
But like, it's just like,
maybe put the basket sail down
for all the people that still complain, oh man, I am Jesus. Fucking watch the ending scene with Katniss going up into the ship and catching fire, and don't fucking tell me that anything in Man of Steel is remotely fucking close to that. Get the fuck out of here. So I do want to.
It's Superman. He's supposed to have Jesus in, for crying out loud. That's inevitable. Yeah. There's no way around that.
Yeah, that's not. It's just like I don't love it as much as everyone else does, but like if you like it, it's just like I can't. It's just like it's a lot of pseudo intellectual stuff that like I feel like a lot of platitudes, a lot of like trailer quotes of like destiny and free will. It's just like by the end of it, I was a little exhausted. Like, it's just like there's so much, it inundates you with just all this stuff, and it's like, just let the audience breathe a little bit. Like, it's just like, oh, Jesus Christ, like, calm down, So, but that's, I don't know if anybody else wanted to say anything else. Sorry that I kind of took over the discussion.
No, you're fine. I just wanted to say that as far as the destruction goes, the other big complaint, to me, the destruction fits because Superman, those are the types of threats you need a Superman to face to justify a Superman. Superman should not be stopping fucking bank robbers. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the old Superman series as much as anybody, and it's adorable. But I mean, we don't need a Superman to stop bank robbers or, I mean,
I think I don't
wrong with cat trees, but I mean, we don't need Superman to do simple shit like that. We
need what I think?
Big threats.
I agree with that, but I think it would be kind of funny to put into a Superman movie of like somebody trying to rob a bank in Metropolis, and then they like they're like about to do it, and then like Superman is just like in the air, and he's like, and they're all like, God fucking damn it, and they all just walk away. They don't even fucking try. They're like, all right, come on, okay, we're done.
Kind of like that part, kind of like the part in the Batman where the guy with the drop mask, he's robbing the store. Then he sees the bat signal. He sees the bat signal of this guy, and he just fucking runs for it.
Yeah,
well, same thing in the Dark Knight.
Oh shit, I'm screwed.
Yeah,
same thing in the Dark Knight. The guy trying to buy drugs, he sees the bats, and it's like, oh shit, I'm gone. What are you talking about, you chits? It's like,
it's like you have a better chance of win the Powerball and then running into him, like that kind of thing. But yeah, I don't know if does anybody else have anything to add? I feel bad talking too much. I'm sorry, but
And that's fine.
No,
20
you're
minutes
fine.
in. 20 minutes in. We're only talking about the first movie.
yeah, let's
Some movies
move on.
require more discussion though.
Let's move on to
All right.
Batman versus Superman: Dawn of Justice. Again, I just rewatched
Oh,
this.
yes.
And I liked this a little bit more than Man of Steel. I enjoyed it more. Um, it it does still have a ton of problems, and I feel like it doubles down on a lot of the problems that Man of Steel had, in my opinion. Like some of the editing, the some of the action scenes are going on a little bit too long. Some of the empty platitudes of like, oh, destiny, and like, oh, and all this other stuff. Um, and like, and the chemistry between Lois and Clark not being great, in my opinion. And a bunch of the nitpicky stuff, I do kind of agree with, like the whole like Granny's peach tea and like the Justice League teasers in the movie. Um, and all that is just, and it's overall a very overstuffed film. It's very like you could make like 5 different movies from all the plot lines in this movie, and it would have it would have been better. This, like, honestly, you could have made an entire trilogy of movies just from BVS. Like, I still stand by. I know it was a rumor way back when, but it should have been 2 parts. It should have been Man of Steel, Man of Steel 2, Man of Steel 3. It should have been like you had Man of Steel 2, like the adversary would have been Batman. That would have been fucking awesome. And then they learn to like kiss and make up, and then by the 3rd movie they're both fighting Lex Luthor along with Wonder Woman. I think that would have been, I just think that would have been a better and more complete story. I know like trilogies are kind of done to death nowadays, but this was before they were done to death, so it's okay. But yeah, I don't think the CGI holds up as much, but to be fair, it's a little bit more grounded than the first movie, so there's not as much CGI. I just don't think Doomsday looks that good. He kind of, I can kind of get why people call him the cave troll from Fellowship of the Ring. It's a little bit much. And then I'd be lying if I said that the evil Superman stuff didn't bother me, because again, this was before it was done to death. But both this and Injustice really kickstarted the whole evil Superman thing, and it just got really tired really fucking quickly. And a lot of people got really sick of it, and I get why, because it's tiring. However, what I do like is a lot more than Man of Steel. I think all the acting is really good. Henry Cavill's better here than in the first movie, I think. I think he does, there's like a more range of emotions and all that. You see more of Clark Kent actually being reporter. What a thought. I still stand by that Ben Affleck is still probably my favorite Batman, even though I don't like the whole like killing thing, even though no movie with Batman has done the no killing rule properly. I know Mark doesn't have a problem with it, and that's fair. I get your reason. You could talk about it when we get to you, because I think you have a really interesting reason as to why. But for me personally, again, this is just down. This is not a problem. I mean, it kind of sort of is a problem if we're comparing comic and not. But I that's just my preference. I just don't want to see Batman killing people. Like that's just like the thing I don't like to see, because that's not the character to me. Again, that's my interpretation. And I know that's not everybody's that's my personal interpretation. So with all that, and I actually like Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor. I know everybody except for Mark is going to disagree with me on that. I love Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor. We can get into it when we're in the discussion, but I actually really like him. He's not my favorite Lex Luthor, but I do like him. Again, the music is really good. The cinematography is a lot better. The actions are really good. And I do want to mention one more thing. I still stand by, and I think Mark will agree with me on this. Mark, pay attention, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I might. Okay. Again, I haven't seen every single superhero movie in existence. However, the opening scene with the Waynes, the him falling into the cave, and Metropolis. I mean, that I count as the all encompassing opening scene.
Me too. Yeah.
Might be the best opening scene in any superhero film ever. Maybe it's up there. It's certainly up there. Like, hey, I might not like the movie, but I can agree that opening scene is amazing. Kind of like how I don't like The Shining, but that opening scene is fucking fantastic. You know, I just wish the rest of the movie lived up to that, you know? But before I go on too long, Devin, you have the floor.
Oh, where do you have it in your ranking?
Yes, sorry, thank you for reminding me. We gotta keep that in mind. Where did I exited out of it because I'm stupid. I think I had it at number 9. I fucking just had it open. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Yes, I had it at number 9. Okay, sorry. Continue.
I guess I'll start off where I have it in my ranking. I have BVS at number 10. This is a complicated movie for me. To me, this movie is mediocre. It's a messy movie that has a lot of good stuff in it. The action is great. I fucking love Ben Affleck as Batman. I love Jeremy Irons as Alfred. Gal Gadot is great as Wonder Woman. You have the score. Those cool like geek out like comic book nerdy moments we get. The action scene, like the fucking warehouse fight. That is probably one of the best action scenes I've ever seen with Batman in it. And like I don't mind. I kind of have an issue, but at the same time I don't have an issue with Batman having the no killing rule. Because think about it. In terms of like live action movies, the only Batman that I have not killed were George Clooney and Robert Pattinson. Those are the only Batman that have not killed people. Keaton killed people. No one had an issue with it. Kilmer killed people. No one had an issue with it. No one had an issue with Bale killing people. So why is Affleck killing people the big problem? Is because he's a little more obvious with it? I mean, didn't Keaton attach a bomb to a guy's chest and then push him over a bridge? But when it comes to the stuff that doesn't work, this should not have been the second movie. This should have been a later movie. Because when it's trying to be a Man of Steel sequel, but that is trying to be a setup for the Justice League, and it's a mess. And also, I feel that Superman was very much sidelined in this movie because they put a lot more of the focus on Batman. And they also put a lot of the focus on Lois Lane. And speaking of her, she's back to being a fucking dumbass in distress again. And her point is just to prove Lex Luthor is the villain. All that time dedicated to her and her fucking subplot with the bullet should have been dedicated to Superman. And why are we having him on trial for the events that happened in the third world country? Why aren't we putting him on trial for the alleged stuff in Metropolis? And then you have Eisenberg as Lex Luthor. He does not work for me. He is very annoying with his Martha, greatest PC. Like, if he was playing the Riddler or the Mad Hatter, then it would make sense. But not Lex Luthor. And not to mention, for the longest time, I used to call this movie, I used to call it DC Clusterfuck the movie. Because that's what it is. BVS is a clusterfuck. Because there's a lot of scenes that did not need to be here, and even though the Ultimate Cut improved it, it turned a shitty theatrical cut and made it mediocre. The Justice League subplot, that shouldn't have been there. Maybe as like an after-credit scene, but I don't think it was needed. And they killed off Superman way too early. I don't like how they introduced Doomsday, like in his second movie. And he looks like and I wasn't crazy about the look they gave him initially, he looked like a Michael Bay Ninja Turtle if they painted him gray. And the Martha scene, yes, I understand what they were going for, but that doesn't make it less stupid. There could have been a better way to bring these two together than your mother and Sam's Martha too? Do we just become best friends? Yup. Want to do karate in the Batcave? Okay. Rob, I hope you appreciate that. But yeah, BVS is a mess. It could have been great. It could have been good, but it was pretty lackluster.
Well, BVS. I actually have that at number 9. Great minds think alike, John. Yeah, I'm honestly in agreement with you guys. This movie is an absolute mess. It's not a horrible movie, but I can't call it good either. There's just, I mean, let me talk about the positives. I mean, Ben Affleck does kick ass as Batman. Of course, Henry Cavill is still awesome as Superman. Jeremy Irons, great as Alfred. The action scenes, cinematography, things like that. Those parts do work, but the problem is the fact that this movie is just kind of it's so all over the place for me. It's honestly just like so many things, just like Lex. First of all, Lex Luthor. I'm with Devin. I honestly don't care about Jesse Eisenberg. I mean, Jesse Eisenberg. He's a great act. He's a good actor. He's a good actor. Watch Social Network if you don't believe me, if he's a great actor. But he does not. But honestly, I'm sorry. His Lex Luthor just did not work for me because I didn't feel like I was watching Lex Luthor. I felt like I was watching an over-the-top cartoon character because that's exactly what he. Exactly like Devin said. He should have played like something like the Riddler or something like a cartoony character like that, but not fucking Lex Luthor. And he just got on my nerves. The whole I don't like how they made Lois Lane so stupid in this movie. Oh yeah, just get rid of this weapon. Oh, let me go get it, kind of thing. It's just, she becomes a dumbass in distress. I don't like I get what they were doing with the Martha thing, but it's just the way it was edited just kind of felt so forced to me. Where oh yeah, we have to have these two team up and stop the bigger threat kind of thing. It's just like that was kind of a lazy way to do it with the whole Martha. And by the way, and Doomsday, he just comes out of the fuck nowhere. And speaking of Doomsday, the way he was created makes absolutely no sense. So he's supposed to be a mix of Zod's DNA and Luthor's DNA. What? How does it come with that big hulking monster? What the fuck? It's just honestly, it's what?
Kryptonian technology. It's magic. Shut up.
Thank you.
Sorry.
It still doesn't make it less stupid though. Still, but anyway, of course, this also had the same problem as Iron Man 2, where it pretty much feels like a commercial for the Justice League. What's the point of having like a lot of these out of nowhere cameos? I mean, we get it. The Justice League is coming. We don't need it shoved in our faces so much. And it's just overall. I mean, this movie has good moments here and there, but I honestly, even though the Ultimate Cut, yes, the Ultimate Cut is better, but it still suffers from a lot of problems that I have with the theatrical cut too. Like, it still didn't fix like Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor. It still didn't fix like the whole Martha thing or the out of nowhere Justice League commercial. It just this movie just it's not, like I said, it's not horrible, but I would be lying if I was calling it good. So and I think did I say where it was on my ranking? I forgot. Okay, number 9. Yes, it's number 9.
All right, time to start the positivity train, everyone. Batman v Superman. I'm gonna start with my ranking too, just to get it out of the way. I put BVS at my number 4. I honestly, out of all the films on this list, this is a film that I've honestly grown more fond of as times went on, because the theatrical cut I could understand. The ultimate cut is so much better. Let me just get my positives here. Ben Affleck, easily star of the film. Probably easily my favorite Batman, my underrated. His scenes with Jeremy Irons Alfred is just excellent. Especially the scene where they're talking, like there's 2 scenes in particular. One, there's the scene with him and Bruce talking about like Superman as a threat. Like you have Batman going, well, okay, well, let's say hypothetically in this scenario that Superman isn't a threat, but if there is a slight chance he is, we have to be prepared for it. And Alfred's like, he's really not our enemy here. You're being an asshole. And then you have the scene where Bruce is talking to Alfred about, well, shit, like when this is all said and done, this is probably the only thing that'll matter in the end, but this is what I'll do. And those 2 scenes in particular are great. And the warehouse scene, perfect. Best Batman fight sequence ever. Superman in this film, like the story in terms of the story, it's very interesting because it goes into really there in the terms of the superhero world, there's consequences. Like you don't think like anybody's going to be afraid of Superman after what happened in Metropolis and Man of Steel, or hell, just Superman in general as like a idea or a character. Like, yeah, people are going to be scared and skeptical. Like, I really like that as a plot point. The acting is great all around. I think Henry Cavill, like John said, is way better here than he was in Man of Steel. Definitely an improvement. I really liked overall just the acting, just what everybody does in this film. I liked seeing Jesse Eisenberg, I will say, is great as Lex Luthor here. Even though, let me just, it's a double-edged sword because I liked his performance, but as far as Lex Luthor, not so much. Like, I think as his acting was good, I just didn't like the characterization. I just thought it was a little too cartoonish for the movie that he was in. I wish he could have been a little bit more serious for my liking. Gal Gadot, seeing Wonder Woman here was cool. Especially seeing we get the Trinity in live action for the first time. I didn't have a problem with the Justice League like teases, although I do admit like they should not have done this in the second film. Like this feels like it kind of feels rushed in certain points. I didn't mind Lois Lane in this film. I did appreciate that like they gave her a little bit more to do. Although I will admit the whole Bullet subplot was kind of dumb. I will admit that. So mostly everything in this film works. And I will say this too, the nightmare sequence I thought was cool, but kind of like what John said, the evil Superman trope has just gone on way too far and gone on way too long that it should have been. Like the first couple times are okay, but after that it got stretched out way too much. And as much as I like Zack Snyder's vision, like yeah, it wasn't perfect, but I would have liked to have seen where he would have gone with it in the long run. Um, my big problems with this film is kind of like going back to Lex Luthor. He was a little too cartoonish. I did not like no, excuse me, I didn't like Doomsday's design in this movie. It looked so fucking bad. Like it didn't like. I'm not gonna go he doesn't look like Darkseid from the comics, but they could have done a better job making him look a little bit more like Doomsday in the end. Killing off Superman in the second movie, in hindsight, I understand what Zack Snyder was going for, but doing it in the second movie still feels a little weird to me. And of course, the Martha scene. Why? Like, it's just again, if it was done better, I could see where maybe they were going with it, but it just felt way too awkward, way too stupid for my liking. But other than that, it's pretty good. It's the only real film on. It's one of those films that over time I was like, oh, I really like this film. But I only recommend the Ultimate Cut. The theatrical cut, not so much. Ultimate Cut's where it's at. So that's Batman v Superman.
And then there was one, and I get the last word, fortunately, because I am the biggest fan of this film. Well, as the alternator said, let the positivity begin. Let's jump on the love train, bitches. I love this film, and I love this film, and specifically the Ultimate Edition. I love the theatrical cut, even though I thought saw flaws in it. If it were just the theatrical cut, this would have been below Man of Steel. But the Ultimate Edition was just so much better. Fixed all of the issues I had with it. That is the only version for me now, and many of the criticisms were answered by that. For example, why is he not on trial for the issue things in the first film? Because none of that shit was his fault. We already dealt with that when we talked about Man of Steel. Literally, none of that shit was his fault. Besides, as I said, in the UE, in the Ultimate Edition, the woman admitted that she lied. She came back when she saw that, Luthor's henchman was there waiting at her house for her, that he was obviously going to kill her. And she didn't get on the bus. She kept riding. She went back to the Capitol, admitted to the senator that she lied, that the whole thing, that Luthor bribed her and coerced her into lying, and that this whole thing was set up by Luthor. That was obvious to me from the theatrical cut, but I mean, they made it just that much more explicit and just admitted it there. I mean, this whole thing is, which gets me to one of the best parts of this. Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor. I love him as Lex Luthor. I'm fucking sick of this is why I'm kind of getting fucking sick of the Frank Gorshin Riddler, because it has honestly fucking ruined people that think that is the only thing about the Riddler. The Riddler is a very smart guy who tells riddles, who uses riddles. He's like basically a serial killer. He uses riddles because he tries to outsmart everybody. None of that shit. If you look at what he's actually doing, he's actually a pretty fucking smart guy. He loves taunting his enemies, and that's what I love about him. He updated Lex Luthor to make him a modern, young tech geek, not an old fogey billionaire running some kind of oil company or some kind of oil baron from the 19th century or some bullshit, like he's fucking J.R. Ewing from Dallas or something from the 1980s. That image was dated. It needed to be updated badly, and Jesse Eisenberg did that. Besides, you cannot look at the scene on the rooftop where that speech he gives and tell me that that's bad acting. There's no fucking way you can do that. I don't know. I know I'm rambling here, but I mean, there's just so much. I mean, the thing is about, John mentioned about my view about Batman killing. Okay, here goes. This film does not work unless Batman kills. First of all, yes, it makes sense that they're going to clash. And yes, this soon. Because as much as a problem I have with Frank Miller, good and bad, he's done good and bad, but he does have a point. These two are not friends, at least not initially. I don't agree with them fully, but at least initially, these two are not going to be friends. And they did that with the Man of Steel reboot. I mean, with Dark Knight over Gotham. I mean, when these two first had their meeting in the post-crisis during the Man of Steel reboot, they did not get along initially. I mean, they went through that the whole comic, and by the end, Superman comes to a kind of reluctant. They're very different. They have very different methods. Batman's a lot more brutal than Superman. He's a lot darker, and by the end, Superman, they had come to a sort of understanding of each other. But and that friendship built. And that's what they did here. But this film does not work unless he kills, because the whole point of this is Superman saves Batman. Superman saves Batman, because unless Batman is at that angry place where he's angry and bitter and giving up all hope, he's not going to see Superman as a threat. So he takes him there, and it does make sense, even though I wanted it to be Jason Todd, it makes sense what Zack said, that he felt that only the killing of his adopted son, Dick Grayson, could have taken him there. So the fact that it was Dick Grayson makes even more sense. And he hasn't quite gotten to the point where he's literally executing people yet. It's more like, if you shoot at me, I am going to shoot you back. I just literally cannot fathom blaming him for blasting away at a guy. They were shooting a 50 cal in the pickup troop, shooting a 50 caliber at him. If you don't know what a 50 caliber fucking does, it would have ripped that plane apart. if he didn't take them out. I really just can't blame him for that. What the warehouse scene was fucking gorgeous. That was the best. That was straight out of Arkham Asylum. I don't give a fuck. And no, I do not give a fuck that some guy died because he tried to throw a grenade at Batman and Batman throws a batarang, he drops it, blows up. I mean, you know, more like death by Batman, kind of like suicide by cop. Suicide by Batman, let's call it. But he's not quite there yet, but he's getting there. And the fact that that Batman says at the end, I failed him in life, I won't fail him in death. The men are still good speech. I love that speech. That is the heart of this film. That's why this film works. Because Zack made Batman kill to fit the story, not because it was cool. You know, I mean, the idea that Superman was brooding is just a silly accusation I won't bother to dignify. As far as the nightmare scene, that was just cool as fuck. I'm sorry. That was just cool as fuck. I really wanted to see that on screen. I mean, that was just more of a preview. But, I mean, that was just, but I don't know. I'm kind of rambling here, so I'll kind of bring it to a close. But, you know, honestly, at the end of the day, I got to see my 3 favorite heroes of all time, Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman on screen, fighting on screen together. And if that movie had given me nothing else but this, I would love it just for that. But, I mean, I've gone over the finer points of it many times. I've written 2 very long reviews on it on Letterboxd if you want to read them, but more in depth. But sorry I'm rambling here. But yeah, well, this is my number 1 film.
The main thing what I was talking about, Mark, sorry. Yes, that point about him killing was interesting. Yes. I was also talking about your view on Batman killing in film in general, because I remember we talked about that. How you're like, at this point, I don't really give a fuck as long as I get a good movie out of it, kind of thing.
Yeah, true. Because I mean, he's killed on film so much before.
Yeah, that's what I was mainly talking about. But
exactly.
I also wanted you to mention.
Well, but you're right. Because as far as Batman killing on film, I mean, if it's incidental like that, because honestly, Zack Snyder had a point. The shit Batman does in the comics would literally kill people sometimes. I mean, there would be collateral damage from that shit, you know? So, I mean...
I kind of see that, but, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, there would be collateral damage for it. So, I'm not worried about that. As long as it's not literally executing people. But, I mean, shit. Yeah. You know? I had more of a problem with it in, say, the Dark Knight trilogy, where he actually did take an oath not to kill, but then he sets... he did refuse to kill, but then he sets Ra's al Ghul's entire compound on fire, and literally sends him to his death on the train. So I mean,
no, Mark, it's okay because he's just not saving him. He's not killing him. He's just not saving him.
Yeah, exactly.
That makes it okay.
Yeah, exactly.
But by the way,
hypocritical.
By the way, Mark, where is it on your ranking list?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask. Where does it
number 2. Number 2. This is number 2.
And
it would be like I said, it would be number 3 if it were just the theatrical version. Maybe lower, but I mean, I would say with the Ultimate Edition, this is definitely number 2.
Yeah. So for movie and cartoon fan, his is at number 8, 7 out of 10 for him. But yeah, it's that. I wanted to talk. I really want us to discuss Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor. I'm surprised you didn't bring this up, Mark, because you always bring this up whenever Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor is brought up. You have it's like that Bart meme where it's like, Bart, say the line. Huh, says the line. Yay! It's like Lex Luthor brought Superman to his knees without kryptonite.
He did. He brought Superman to his knees without kryptonite.
I mentioned that. On another channel, I mentioned that because it's like, it's a good point. It's a good point. He did that. Exactly. So, you know, I got to give him props for that. And the thing is, I don't mind that. The thing is, I've said this. I even back when I liked it, now that I don't like it as much, you can see that the fucking stuttering, fucking antisocial, introverted, autistic billionaire is not the guy. That's not him. That's a facade. Just like Bruce Wayne is the mask of Batman. Lex Luthor philanthropist
very much
billionaire
before-
is
yeah,
the mask
exactly.
of the real Lex Luthor.
And this
And
was
this,
very
like-
much an origin film for him, for
Yeah.
Lex Luthor, really. I mean, and I love, a lot of people had a problem with the scene where he puts the Jolly Rancher in the guy's mouth and says, it's cherry. They thought it was homoerotic or something. I'm like, he's showing his
It's a little
power.
weird, but like outside of that, it doesn't
He's
fucking
showing
matter.
his power over him. He's just like taunting him and shit, you know, because he knows he has him bent over a wall. They need him, and he's like, you're going to give me whatever the fuck I want, and, you know, you're going to take it. So, but yeah, that's my ranking. Number 2.
And also, I want to mention this. If my fiance was on this talking about this movie, she would put it way lower than all of us. Because I remember she told me how much she hated that movie when she saw it in theaters. Her sister dragged her to see it, and she was like, "Why did you take me? I didn't even want to go."
Yeah, but that's what we do for our loved ones, right? But yeah, it's BVS. Everyone had a point here. Like, I enjoyed it more. I thought it was a little bit better paced, even though the pacing still wasn't great. Editing was choppy, and all of this. Like, everyone had really good points in terms of that. But yeah, it's BVS is just a weird beast of a movie, whether you like it or not. I will say I liked Callan Mulvey as KG Beast. He was good too. I'm sorry. Oh yeah. No, what were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say about the Doomsday. Doomsday was a clone. He was a clone of Doomsday. He took Doomsday, and they he used Zod's body as like a template, so I mean,
yeah, because from what I literally just watched the movie today, rewatched it, and I think it was like, it wasn't just Zod and Lex's DNA, it was like infused with the original creation of Doomsday.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
That was created on Krypton.
Exactly.
So yeah, I think that's what it was. But I feel like there is a lot of ridiculous nature to the film. Lois Lane, even more so than Man of Steel, really pushes the dumbass in distress thing, and it becomes kind of eye rolling after a while.
Go ahead.
The Martha scene, I gotta agree with Devin and Rob. It's out of Step Brothers. Did we just become best friends? Yep.
He almost killed him for that. I mean, it triggers his PTSD, and he's literally yelling at him. Why did you say that name? It triggers his PTSD.
It's just like, I wish it was like a little bit better executed, because again, we all know what it was going for. We're not, like, oh, what? It's just we know what it was going for.
He's becoming the very thing he hates.
Exactly.
Yeah, which is the whole point. I mean,
it's just, if it was just executed a little bit better,
I just wish that my complaint. I would just wish Doomsday that just had wound up. I get what they were trying to do, how more of the bony structures was showing up as he took damage. I just wish by the end he had looked more like the actual Doomsday comics.
And I didn't really. Someone actually did like a rewrite of it, and I remember originally one of the concepts was that they were going to take Wally's body, Wally O'Keefe. They were going to turn him into Metallo, which definitely was a really cool idea. And then someone else did a really cool thing where it was they infused the DNA of Superman and Zod and created Bizarro. I think Bizarro should have been used here. I don't think it should have been Doomsday. I get why Doomsday was used, because they were doing the Death of Superman thing, but I feel like just Bizarro would have been an overall more interesting threat, or even Metallo, or both. It's just like, I just feel like, again, I do think Death of Superman was just way too quick. I think Doomsday was way too good. Again, I get the point, but I just feel like it shouldn't have been in the second film. It should have been, we should have gotten way more than just immediately in the sequel.
Well, to me, I mean, this it's just that to me, this was a continuation of the, because at the end of Man of Steel, we're still left with the question of, is Superman a hero or a villain, at least in the public's mind, in the mind of the public? And they're very, very divided here over that opinion. And Lex Luthor really plays into that, trying to whip up public opinion against him, which is a constant pain in his thigh, you know, a pain in his
Yeah.
ass. So I mean,
And
which is constant source of frustration to him because he's like, well, I'm doing all this good, and it's just like, you know. So I mean, and he still feels like a failure.
And I did also want to mention, going back to the just one more quick thing, and then we'll move on. The Lex Luthor thing. You can see like just the cogs turning, like when he's talking to Senator Finch in his father's study. You could like he's like this like overly exuberant weird guy, but then the second she denies him the import license, you see the facade fade, and then he becomes the Lex Luthor we all know and love. You know, he becomes that threat, and he's like, he's like, you could just see like within the fucking microsecond of her denying it, he's like, oh, I'm gonna fucking make you pay, and I'm gonna make your family pay. I'm gonna make everybody you've ever loved pay. I'm going to make you fucking pay beyond what you can fucking expect. And
the granny's tea thing, and I don't care what people say about a jar of piss. Yes, it's a jar of piss. That's the point. The granny's tea scene was great. That to me was Lex. That is the kind of smart ass thing that Lex would do. Just to say, fuck you, bitch. And just her eyes when she sees that shit. Oh shit. She knows what's gonna happen.
Yeah, she knows. And
I mean, I didn't think Amy was a damsel in distress here. Yeah, she got kidnapped by Luthor, but I mean, she was the one who found out that the bomb was that the chair was lead lined. He literally couldn't see it.
I think it came from the fact that like she kept getting into danger over and over and over again, like Lois does, and it's just I think it just becomes a little tiring after a while. But at least she served a point here. Like, say what you will about the Bullet subplot, at least Lois Lane served a point, and I gotta commend them for that.
Yeah.
So, you know, but anyway, before we spend way too much on all this stuff, let's move on. So next we have the squad. What are we, some kind of cool kids? Anyway. Anyway, so I literally just rewatched this right before we started, just finished it, and yeah, it's still not great. It's still not a good movie. However, I did enjoy it relatively. Like, it wasn't good, but like it kind of almost went into so bad it's good to me. Like I like enjoyed many aspects. It's just like a very as we all know, the editing is very choppy. The rock songs serve no point, and it's just like you get inundated with all these songs. It's just like, Jesus, I bet the budget was like nothing, and then they like added all these rock songs in, and then it just ballooned up to what it was. You know, it's just like it's one of those movies where it has like a lot of really good ideas, and it's just like it's all on like either the cutting room floor or just they didn't develop them properly. I can see what they were doing with Jared Leto. His Joker was not good, but not bad either. I get it. They were going for the modern gangster because the gangster was what Joker was in the Golden Age. He was just a guy with clown makeup. He wasn't like some insane psychopath. He was just a guy with clown makeup. And that's what the basis was initially with Batman 89. And then he kind of goes into the little bit of the psychopath, but still like relatively that. So with here, they wanted to go with like the modern gangster, which is like, you know, guy with chains and like faux leather and like hip hop, all that like urban sort of thing. So like, okay, that's like an interesting idea. It just comes off a little, it just comes off kind of cringy. Like you have the damage tattoo, and I'm not a huge fan of the look. I wish, I know this is like a super small nitpick. I'm not saying this is a problem. I wish it was kind of like the Mark Hamill Joker where he had like the little, I don't know, like the little twinges at the end, like the little points. It wasn't just the lips. It was a little points at the end. I don't know. That probably wouldn't have made sense with what the style they were going for, but I just wish that they had that to like, rather than he was just wearing lipstick, that kind of thing. But yeah, like Jared Leto was a problem. why I didn't like the reason why Task Force X was created, because the whole point of Task Force X is they're a black ops group of supervillains. They're not designed to stop Superman. They're just like these guys exist because we can throw them under the bus or we can kill them easily and send them off to wherever, Qatar or fucking wherever, stop whatever villain they need, and then bring it back. Cool. Then we can use them again. If they can't, oh well, there's a fucking million more supervillains they can choose from. That's what Task Force X should be. Like, I don't get like the whole reasoning of like, oh, what if Superman was bad? What do we have? Not a clown whore with a revolver. I don't think that would stop Superman. Just saying. Anywho. But yeah, like I didn't like Enchantress and her belly dancing of doom. Good, like plan. I just didn't like the look, and Cara Delevingne can't act to save her life. Slipknot existing to just be the guy who gets his neck blown up. I get it. But like, come on, Adam Beach deserves better. I didn't like the lack of development for Katana and Killer Croc. There was a lot there they could have added, and it wasn't there. The fact that Captain Boomerang rarely uses boomerangs. I think I could count on one hand how many times he used boomerang like this. And the fact that we finally got a role where Jai Courtney was good. Use it, guys. Like, he was perfect. Nobody liked Jai Courtney before this movie. Yeah, now everybody loved him after this movie because it was one of the few great parts of the fucking movie. So there was no development for them as a team, and it just like didn't work. However, there are some good parts. Batman, obviously. Will Smith is great. Viola Davis is great. As I said, Jai Courtney was good, even though he had no role. Jay Hernandez, like one of the few characters that actually got development. I don't care. He might have been cringy, but Ike Barinholtz as the prison guard was fucking hysterical. I think he's really funny. I really like him. Joel Kinnaman is pretty good. Even though the music was too much, it was still good music. I'll give it that. Like, I love Queen. I love Sabbath. I love CCR. Like, you know, that kind of thing. Anyway, I'm rambling along. And let us not forget, there's a reason this movie got an Academy Award for makeup. And the makeup was really good, guys. Well, Killer Croc's makeup was really good. I'll give him that, you know. But anyway, I'm rambling. Move on from me.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
Fuck this movie! Fuck this movie! This is the worst DCEU movie for me. Number 16. It's at the bottom. Why? Why did 17-year-old Devin like this movie? You scrawny little bitch. What is wrong with you? This movie does not work at all. First things first, the editing is some of the worst I have ever seen in any movie. It's so sloppy, choppy, disjointed. It's like they put scenes out of order. Like, nothing lines up. The characters, they're dull and thin. Like, they're not interesting. They go through no development. They have no chemistry with each other. The fucking... Like, I think Jared Leto could have been a great Joker. If one, he wasn't Jared Leto, because fuck Jared Leto. And two, if he had good writing. The writing in this is not good. Studio meddling or not. I read the original script for the Ayer cut. It's not good. Take a shot every time David Ayer says, Joker smiles the smile. Like, the Enchantress sucks as a villain. Again, the Enchantress, look at my belly dancing of doom. Ooh. Like, she is not threatening. She looks like a fucking one of those hood ornaments like you'd put on the dash of your car and then it would start moving with the sun. Her plan is stupid. Her brother is bland. There's really no reason for them to grow and bond with each other. There's no chemistry with this team. I lost one family. I'm not losing another. Motherfucker, you just met these guys. When have they felt like a family to you? And Amanda Waller, she's a fucking dumbass, man. That's the reason why the conflict starts. It's because she's stupid. You think you could defeat the next Superman with a boomerang? With ropes? Really? And what breaks my heart, go back to the thin characters, it took characters I loved. This is my first time ever seeing Killer Croc in a movie. I love Killer Croc. You can make Killer Croc very interesting. And he's generic black guy. Yeah. B-E-T. Like, fuck you. Batman the Animated Series Killer Croc was better than this. And the soundtrack makes no sense. The pop songs got annoying. And like what John said, a lot of them don't make sense. Why is Spirit in the Sky playing when they're riding in a helicopter? Why is Fortunate Son playing when Killer Croc is introduced? Why is Paranoid playing when they're getting the bombs put in their neck? And that's another issue I have with this movie. This movie plays it way too safe. Assault on Arkham and Hell to Pay had more balls than this. And they were PG-13, and they were not afraid to kill people. You kill one person. And it's called Suicide Squad. And even in the original script, Slipknot is the only one that dies. Oh my god, fuck this movie. Fuck this fucking movie. Yeah, it's dead last. It's dead last for me. If there are people that like this movie, I do not get it. And I never will. Maybe it's a good thing we're not getting the air cut. The only reason I'd want to watch is maybe just to see the deleted Joker scenes. But it won't fix this movie. Maybe it'll make the editing a lot less shitty. Also, Warner Brothers, fuck you for catering to the I want to find the Harley Quinn to my Joker. Again, the animated series has more balls because they depict the abusive relationship. Having Joker say, "Oh, honey, I got a grape shot on. I should have bearskin rug waiting." Like, fuck you. But yeah, I'm done. Fuck Suicide Squad.
Okay, so now that Devin is done waving his hate boner toward the camera, let me talk about Suicide Squad 2016. I don't hate this movie like this guy does. I mean, it's not good, but it's just kind of meh to me. It's just kind of meh. I mean, I will give him, yeah, the editing was obnoxious. The song choices make no sense. I mean, but I will say that there are some things that actually I did kind of enjoy. I mean, the action was fun, and I did like, and the performances were well done. I guess to me, it's just like Devin said, it plays itself a little too safe. I don't think it's horrible, but it's honestly just not really that good. And I mean, I don't mind. And yes, Jared Leto was pretty annoying to me, but I mean, I will say that Harley Quinn. I mean, I would say she was at least entertaining. I thought. I don't know. I doubt that anyone else were able to say. And it's, yeah. I mean, for Slipknot dying, I mean, I get that was in the comics and all, but I feel like you could have used him a little bit more. And the fact that Batman, I mean, as much as I love seeing Ben Affleck as Batman in this, he was hardly even in the movie. He was only in there for like 15, or no, he was only in there for like a few minutes. maybe one. I don't know, but it's just I don't know. But yeah, not really much else I could say about this movie. It's just pretty meh. So, yeah, not really much else I could say. Oh shit! Forgot to mention. It's number 11 at my ranking. I forgot.
Yeah, and for me, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention it again. It's for me, it's 13. 13 for me. Austin?
Alrighty. Just to get it out of the way, my ranking for this is number 11 out of 16. Kind of like right, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna kind of just agree with what Rob said. I don't hate it as much as Devin does. I mean, granted, to be fair, there's been a lot worse releases in this universe, so maybe that's why I was not as hard on this film as I probably would have been. But it's not great. I mean, I will acknowledge the acting is solid for the most part. I thought Will Smith and Margot Robbie did well with what they were given. Viola Davis as Amanda Waller was good. Yeah, Jai Courtney as Captain Boomerang. I thought he was fine, even though he doesn't really do much. And yeah, like El Diablo was a fine character. But and yeah, seeing Ben Affleck's Batman and seeing the Flash was kind of neat at the time. The first 15-20 minutes where they're introducing everybody I thought was fine too, as well as the bar scene I thought was good too, but other than that, the villains kind of just suck. They're just there. Like they don't even look good. They just look this like the really stereotypical bad CGI villains. I did not really it just the editing, like everybody said, was all over the place. I didn't really care for the Joker in this movie sucks too, and his design was terrible. The fucking damage on his forehead was just so god stupid. The dialogue was really bad. This film just in general feels all over the place. And Killer Croc and Katana just do absolutely nothing in this film. Like, sure, they do a couple like neat things for the plot, but other than that, there's just nothing to it. Like, it's just a blah, messily made film. Like, the dialogue's very hit and miss. The character, it doesn't really work. I mean, granted, it's not as bad as the other DCEU films, but this really is a sign of things to come with like studio interference in these movies, because literally there's another film that has studio interference that's definitively worse that comes out a year later. So yeah, that's Suicide Squad.
For the life of me, I will never understand the hatred people feel toward this film. I get, why John and Rob feel the way they do, and even in Austin, But I mean, sorry, Devin, I love you, but I cannot fathom, for the life of me, having such a visceral hatred for the film that you would put it worse than Justice League, than The Flash, than Aquaman 2. I cannot fathom it.
What are you talking about?
We're ranking the DCEU, Suicide Squad. And I just don't get it. I mean, yeah, it's not a masterpiece. It's far from that, but it's a fun film. To me, it's a fun film. At least I had fun with it anyway. I mean, Will Smith was great. Harley Quinn. I mean, I get that John doesn't like Harley Quinn. I mean, other than, the OG. I mean, he don't like most versions of Harley Quinn, though. So, I mean, that's fair. So, I mean,
you are all equally worthless.
I really like the character. I really like her, though. I mean, Paul Diddy said it best. I think that she really nailed it. As far as she really nailed the character. So I mean, she killed it. So I had a lot of fun with him. I like Jared Leto's Joker. I do not get the complaints people had from him. I do not get it. I mean, people did not like the look. That's fine. If you don't like the look, that's fine. Me, I understood where he was coming from, because I mean, David Ayer grew up in a larger Hispanic neighborhood. People have a lot of tattoos, of course, so he was going that right kind of look, kind of a gang look. So, because he wanted him to be a gangster. I mean, and he has been a gangster in the comics many times. People stupidly said, Joker doesn't have henchmen. the henchman he had literally come in this movie literally comes straight from the fucking comics.
Wait,
Brian Azzarello's Joker is literally, I forget the character's name, but he's literally in that comic. The comic is told from his point of view. And, I like Jared Leto's Joker. I thought it was funny as hell. For me anyway, I don't think they lean into the thing. I disagree, John. I don't think they lean into the relationship thing because to me, the whole property of Joker thing she was wearing on her back, it was pretty subtly hinted that she was clearly in an abusive relationship to me.
That wasn't me. That was Devin.
Sorry,
I understood that it was like subtly implied.
Sorry, my bad. Devin, I don't get that because they literally said, it's pretty clear that it's an abusive relationship to me. I think that was made a lot more clear in the Ayers cut, but I think that was made a lot more clear in David Ayers' cut, and which I get that. I hate that they interrupted too, and I wish that we could see the Ayer cut, but unfortunately we seemingly never will now, but barring a miracle. But, for what it is, I still had fun with it. So, I thought that, oh God, what's his name? I cannot think of his name now. El Diablo, Jay Hernandez. He was my favorite of the film. I thought he was the best character in the film. Because his speech is what sealed the deal for me. For one thing, they weren't meant to stop. They actually were not meant to stop the next Superman. It was actually Cara Delevingne's character, the Enchantress, who was. She was probably smart. She was probably powerful enough to stop Superman.
Superman has a weakness to magic.
Exactly. And remember, their mission was not to stop them. Their mission was to rescue. Amanda Waller. That was their mission, and they just decided to do that. I didn't have a problem. Yeah, I get they had some editing problems. I get that they made some dumb decisions, but at the same time, they're fucking crazy. It makes sense to me that they would make decisions like that. Harley Quinn saying, yeah, I'll go. I don't have anything better to do. It's on par for Harley Quinn. She's a fucking nutcase. So, it's on par for her. But, it's not the best film. But, I have it at number 8, kind of mid-tier. But, I had fun with it. So, yeah. That's just me. So.
But yeah, I don't think there's really anything else to talk about because we all kind of, agree, disagree, but it's Suicide Squad. It's nothing really much deeper than that. Anything else anybody really has to say?
Did you say movie and cartoon fans comment?
Oh, yeah. Comment. His Suicide Squad for him is third from the bottom. I don't know where that would be. I think a 10th. Gives it a 5.5 out of 10. But yeah, let's just move on because
Mark, what's your placement?
He said number 8.
Yeah, I said number 8.
Right, yeah.
Straight in the middle. Yeah.
So next up is Wonder Woman. Now, for me, this is the first one that finally aged well. Because I watched it many times since its first release, and I love the movie. I think it was pretty much, it belongs with the pantheon of Superman and the movie and Dark Knight in terms of the magnum opus of Wonder Woman as a character. I think this is the first feature we got with her first solo feature, and it's deserving of the character. I like the switch to World War I. I get like the out of universe reason. It was a little bit dumb, like, oh, Captain America was World War II, so we have to switch her to World War I. Honestly, I think it works more because, like, in a lot of ways, World War I is kind of more brutal than World War II. People remember the Holocaust, yes. However, World War I had, like, you had mustard gas, you had the trenches, you had all that. You had so much fucked up shit. We're not going to get into the entire history, Mark, because that'll be a very long video. So, like, don't get me wrong. I would love to talk about World War I, but this is not the place for that. So pretty much everything about this movie is fantastic. I love Dr. Maru. I love Chris Pine. I love that entire team. Etta Candy. It's all good. I think Gal Gadot's still a little bit wooden, but like the fact that she's like fish out of water like works for that, The only things I don't like is that the third act turns into another generic superhero third act, big gray villain, that kind of thing. And the fact that Sir Patrick was Ares the whole time. I just felt that was really dumb. And, I just didn't really care for that. But outside of that, everything else was fantastic. I love Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman's great. I thought it was perfect. And it can only go up from here, right?
Wonder Woman is at my number 2.
Number 3 for me, by the way. Sorry.
I absolutely fucking love this movie. This got so much right, from the action to the story to the characters, like everything. When the previous DC movies were all like mixed to negative, this is the first one where people would go and say, we're saying, holy shit, this was good. This was great. And it deserves it. Like I said, we got a great story. We got great characters. I love the chemistry between Steve Trevor and Diana. The fucking No Man's Land scene is so badass. I love the scenes of her trying to get used to this new world. I thought those scenes were very funny. I liked the villains. I liked Ares. I liked Dr. Poison. The big fight at the end, yes, it's a typical CGI fight scene, but it was still fucking awesome. It's a shame that the sequel fucked it all up, but we'll get to that later. But Wonder Woman is amazing. I love it to death. My dad, who grew up with the Wonder Woman TV show with Linda Carter, he absolutely loved it. This was it's just a great movie. One of my favorite superhero movies. One of my favorite DC movies. Like just perfect.
Okay, so I guess great minds think alike, because I also have Wonder Woman at number 2. This was my favorite DCEU movie for a long time, up until it got beat by another movie, but we'll get to that soon. Yeah, I adore this movie so much. I mean, Gal Gadot does excellent as a Wonder Woman. She has great chemistry with Chris Pine. You could make the argument. Yeah, the story does kind of follow your typical fish out of water kind of scenario, but I mean, honestly, I didn't mind that too much. I mean, I think it works just because. And of course, I love how it takes place during World War One. I love the villains. Ares was awesome. The villain in Ares was awesome, and I love. And the action scenes were just amazing. I mean, I guess the only complaint I could probably think of is that the CGI does feel a bit wonky here and there. But I could probably forgive it a little bit. They weren't super noticeable or anything, but it did get a little iffy here and there, just for time. But that's like the only thing. That's the only close thing to a negative I have, because this movie is still is wonderful. No pun intended. So, but yeah, Wonder Woman would be number 2. So.
You know what? I think let's make it 3 for 3. Wonder Woman is my number 2 as well. I mean, God, like it was my number 3 for a while, but after sitting on it, I'm like, no, there's no way it's number 3. It's got to be number 2. I mean, this film is close to perfect. Like, I like the setting of this film. I really liked the overall I like the chemistry between Wonder Woman and Steve Trevor. Gal Gadot and Chris Pine were great here. The just the setting of it is just very unique because, like, other than really Captain America, you don't really see like a World War like type of setting in any real superhero movie. So having it be more in World War One, I thought was very unique. The beginning of the on Themyscira, I think this is what it kind of does better than Man of Steel a little bit, is I kind of like that it starts on Themyscira and then you see Diana progress throughout that portion of the film. And then when she goes to the world of the land of man and them trying to figure out like find the Ares, and I even thought like the side characters like Charlie, Samir, they were really cool. They had their own character moments. Steve's sacrifice at the end I thought worked really well, even though they fucked it up in the sequel. And I think the action looked great. The no man's land scene, like I think Devin said, was awesome. I think everything in this movie works. I mean, the only real thing is I thought the Ares twist was just kind of and the villains were just kind of bleh. But other than that, this movie was really good. I mean, definitely a film that definitely held up in terms of the whole DCEU, and that's the reason why it's my number 2. You know, they're obviously going to carry this momentum right into Justice League, right, and do right by it. No, fuck it. They fucked it up. They fucked it up. They fucked it up. Of course they did. They fucked it up. That's my number 2.
And now it's my turn, boys and girls. And I'm here to spoil the party. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not really, but it's not my number 2. It's my number 4. And a very, very high ranking number 4. I mean, don't take that as an insult, because I do really love this film. I love this film. Wonder Woman is literally my 3rd favorite hero after Superman and Batman. And I, like your father, Devin, I also grew up with the Linda Carter version, and I really just love this. I really love this movie. This was Wonder Woman. This was the origin film she needed. I don't think that structure would have worked for Man of Steel, honestly, also because we've seen that structure for Superman so many times. We've seen it so many times before. That's why I actually liked the flashbacks in Man of Steel, because it still covered the same ground, but we just, it just kind of, we saw what we needed to see about his development and moved on. So, but in this film, I think you really did need the standard structure origin film and the way it was done. I love the setting in World War I, because whereas World War II, the good guys and bad guys are just more clear cut. Whereas in World War I, they're really not. There really are no good guys and bad guys in World War I. They're just guys. Steve Trevor said it best. We're just men. That's it. Men.
Bad.
Man asses.
Austin, you got to give us some men.
Man.
There you go. Exactly. Much better. But anyway, but yeah, I love the setting for World War I, because especially what they were going for with, her having that naive faith. And I love that part, that naive faith that, men are good. And,
Man!
Oh, wow. Oh, hell yeah. That's great.
Sorry. I had
Man.
My parents are like, oh God, why is he screaming?
Bad.
But I love what they were going for with her, having such a naive faith. Her mother being like, look, honey, you really don't know the real world. She really did not. And that was her Achilles heel ultimately. And that's almost what caused her downfall, because she really did almost fall for Mars, the god of war, for Ares' she really almost fall for Ares's what am I trying to say? For his machinations, I guess I should say. But and which, a lot of people had a problem with the ending, but I felt, it was pretty standard, but I didn't have a problem with it at all. I mean, it's not special, but I think he makes it work. I mean, you had a very good actor as Ares. I think he made that work. And Gal Gadot did a great job. She had great chemistry with Chris Pine. I love their chemistry with Chris Pine. I mean, I love that it turned into kind of a romance there. You know, you can almost hear the 70s porn music playing when she goes into his room, bow, chicka, bow, bow, you know, so, but, you know, yeah, it's a very, very good movie, and I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, it's my number 4, Wonder Woman. Fantastic film.
Okay.
Obviously, I would
Sorry.
just say the you know, No Man's Land scene is honestly one of the very, very, very best scenes in all of fucking comic book movie history ever.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, just, I think the only thing, the problem with like the third act and the ending, like the third act isn't bad. It's just like kind of generic a little bit. And I think the thing that's kind of sucks about the ending is that the pacing is rushed. It seems like after her killing Ares, oh, there's no more war now. And it just like comes off as like kind of awkward, is all. Like, again, I think it comes down to execution, I think.
Yeah.
But
Well,
outside
I
of that,
mean,
everything else is
it
really
works
good.
for me though because she's naive. You know, I mean, she's that naive that she really believes if she kills Ares, you know, the war will stop. That'll be over. But I mean, you know, she really does not know how the world works. You know, she doesn't get humanity. That men are just bad just because. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's why I, you know, and before we move on, let's get to his moving cartoon fans. His is at number 4. Gives a 9.5 out of 10. Oh boy. Try not to spend too long on this one, folks. So next up is Justice League from 2017. I remember going to the theater to watch this film. And I'm just gonna submit myself like Alcoholics Anonymous. Hi, I'm the Geek Informant. My name is the Geek Informant, and I don't hate Justice League. Yeah, I don't hate it. I watched the film back in the theater. I thought it was. I thought it was like good. Obviously, went worse as time went on, but now it's just like, it's fine. Like, I'll give it this. It's 2 hours, so the pain is short. Um, and like I think the bits and pieces like that were left over from what would become the Zack Snyder's Justice League were there. Like, it was clearly there. And I didn't think they were too bad. Obviously a lot of the dumb jokes didn't land, like the falling on the boobs thing. I mean, it wasn't. I mean, I love Avengers Age of Ultron. It wasn't that good there, and it wasn't good here either. So, you know. But like some of the jokes were fine, and it was like okay. It was like perfectly fine. I don't have this hate boner towards Justice League like a lot of other people do, and the fact that you guys hate it is okay with me. I get it. Um, I also didn't totally hate. I mean, honestly, I'm just gonna say this, leaking into my thoughts on Zack Snyder's Justice League. I hate both designs of Steppenwolf. I'm just gonna say that I hate both designs. The one here, it looks like a reject from Star Trek, and the one in Zack Snyder's looks like a fucking giant cheese grater. Like, both are terrible. Like, I don't care what anybody says, they both fucking suck. So you know what? Whatever. And so with that, it's perfectly fine. Again, I don't really I did intend to rewatch this, but I just didn't have the time. I might rewatch it later on and, give my thoughts, but it's like fine. I did like the marketing. Like, the marketing was good with the Alex Ross looking stuff. Like, again, I'm a sucker for Alex Ross, and that looked great. Um, and I didn't mind the Russian family because that part was strictly this version. I actually didn't mind that at all. I thought that was pretty good actually. Like how like the 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 what's how like a small like perspective can interpret like a huge event sort of thing. Like, I felt like that was kind of like a good idea. Piss poor execution, but I think that was like kind of like a good idea. And Cyborg was still the heart here. I think it had like a lot of like good scenes of them together, like bickering and having decent chemistry. Obviously, we would later find out, what would really happen and all that. But yeah, I thought Justice League was fine. It was fine. In my ranking, it's placed number 12 out of 15. I know, heathens, right? But yeah, I don't hate it. I know that's sad because everyone wants to bitch and rant about this movie. Don't worry, will get it with these guys, but not from me. Sorry. Devon.
Justice League is at number 15. Look, keep in mind, yes, I have Suicide Squad lower, but that doesn't mean this movie is fucking horrible, because it is. Everything about this movie is wrong. Like the fact that they took this movie away from Snyder and just fucked his vision, the horrible humor, the horrible editing, the characters, like their development being squandered and taken away, and Steppenwolf, or as I like to call him, this version of Steppenwolf, Derpy Wolf, is one of the worst villains I've ever seen. Not just in a comic book movie, but in anything. Not only does he look terrible, not once is he threatening. His whole character is, Mother, I want my mother. Like, really, this is the big baddie the League is gonna fight. And like, also they like a lot, like the setup from BVS, not barely any of it is here. Batman is a bumbling moron. Wonder Woman is just used for sex jokes. Ezra Miller is just for dumb jokes. Aquaman doesn't have a personality. Cyborg doesn't have much of a personality. So I'm so glad we got to see the later version of the movie, and I'll get to that later. Because this and Suicide Squad to me are Frankenstein monsters. In fact, this is probably the Frankenstein monsters deformed cousin who was locked in the attic as a disappointment. And the CGI is horrible, not only on Derpy Wolf, but yes, there's the digital removed mustache, the CGI upper lip. And also I know a lot of people complain about the muted colors in Man of Steel. This movie is way too bright. Like, honest to God, it hurt my eyes just to look at it. Not just because the movie is shit, but it's just so, like, it's like fucking rainbow just puking in my eyes. And I'll never forgive fucking Batman saying, "Huh, yep, something's definitely bleeding." Or, "I don't. Not." And how he has a beard in one scene, and then just like that, it's gone. This is another example of a movie being shot out of order. Looks like it was put in out of order. Because it probably was. Oh yeah, fuck. Fuck Justice League. Fuck Warner Brothers. Fuck Joss Whedon. Fuck this movie. And before I go to Rob, how I feel about this movie when we eventually got to Zack Snyder's Justice League. Mark, I'm going to have to quote Marlon Brando. "Look how they massacred my boy." All right.
Okay. Justice League. Dead last for me, number 16. Yeah.
All right,
yeah,
it's not that bad. Calm down, Zach.
Well, says you.
Continue.
Says you. But yeah, fuck this movie. This is honestly dead last, number 16. Devin, I will never understand why you think this is better than Suicide Squad 2016, but whatever. This after this was obviously taken away from Zack Snyder, and the fact that Warner Brothers had to use his daughter's death as an excuse for him leaving. Honestly, it's just kind of sickening. And the fact that look, I don't think Joss Whedon was necessarily he wasn't the right person to actually finish this. In fact, he pretty much, the movie was almost done, and then he and Warner Brothers just fucked everything up. They just fucked everything up. The characters have very little development with each other. Steppenwolf is a joke. Honestly, all he talks about is his mother. I mean, seriously, the dude has a big Oedipus complex. Let's just be honest with ourselves. But it's, and the CGI does not look, it looks terrible on him. I feel like I was watching a PS2 graphics, and that's an insult to PS2. So sorry, but it's just it always, even the color designs, just as Devin said, the fact that it's so bright and colorful and it doesn't match with the tone of this movie. It doesn't work. It did not look good at all. It's just like a lot of this thing was just squandered by Warner Brothers, and the fact that they had to pretty much make this under 2 hours. That honestly, what the fuck, Warner Brothers? What the fuck? I mean, I could probably praise some of the acting. Another thing I want to mention: the jokes were very annoying to me, and like the fact that the Flash had to talk about brunch. Yeah, how many jokes are we going to hear about him about not knowing what brunch is? That's stupid. Really stupid. Going back to the CGI, yeah, the fact that you can obviously tell, like, Henry Cavill's mustache was digitally removed. It was very fucking noticeable. I mean, not much else more I could say, but fuck this movie. It bothers me not just as someone who actually who remembers watching like Justice League cartoon back in the day, but it's just the fact that they pretty much squandered someone who had a great vision, and they had to fuck it all up. So, fuck this movie. Next film.
All right, let's keep the negative trade going, everyone. It's dead last for me too. Yeah, fuck this movie. I mean, there are things that do work, I guess, but it's done better in the Snyder cut, so there's really nothing positive to be said here. I guess a couple of the reshot scenes are fine. Like, I thought the scenes between Alfred and Bruce were fine. Like, the Diana and Bruce scene where they're sharing a drink, I thought that was fine. I thought the whole, like, I guess, yeah, no, like, that's pretty much about it. Like, everything else in this movie pretty much just sucks. Like, the problem is like, you go from Man of Steel and BVS to this, it's so ass backwards, because like the first two movies like have like a consistent tone and feel to it. Like, it's not dark, but like very, like, the contrast. I guess the perfect example would be like, you have the final battle in BVS, right? Where it's colorful, but it's not so bright. It's not bright. Like, it looks great. Looks fine. Then you get to Justice League, and it's all fucking red. Why is it red? Why?
Because Crisis, Austin. Crisis.
But Crisis doesn't happen for another few years on the CW, but I guess we're going by the 80s. But no! Why is it fucking red? That's stupid. Looks stupid. The comedy was awful. The Flash, he's tripping over his 2 goddamn feet every 5 seconds. He's a moron. He's like, oh, I don't know what to do. Oh, I can't fight. Oh. And then Bruce is like, oh, just save one person. What? Like, what? You're a fucking hero, moron. Do something. Cyborg does nothing. He's just a bland character. He's just in the background. Like, most of his shit gets cut out, so he's just a nothing character. Like, then they do this whole conflict between Batman and Wonder Woman out of nowhere, mind you, because of course, in a barely 2-hour film, we have to add conflict. There's no point. Then they bring attention to this family that contributes nothing to the plot, and the only thing that they serve is the Flash saves them. Why do we need all that attention on them? None. Steppenwolf, good lord. He looks like he hasn't eaten a sandwich in 2 weeks. Eat something! Why does he look not scary? Whose mother? What is this film? Oh my god! And the dialogue? Forget it. Just forget it. It's Joss Whedon dialogue. Of course it's bad. Fuck you. Oh my god, and the action's so bad. And if you ever look up the term franchise destroyer in the dictionary, you know what you see? It's Justice League 2017. That's what it is.
No, it reminds me of the bit from Kiss Kiss Bang Bang where it's like, you look up the word franchise destroyer in the dictionary, you know what you'll find? A picture of Justice League? No! A definition of franchise destroyer, which is what you fucking are!
Oh man, but it just fuck, man. This is like a watered down Avengers, but even that was watered down. Like, this film is so cut the fuck. Like, there's no wonder why it bombed. It's bad. Look, I'm glad we got the Snyder cut. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking when I was like a few years ago. I was like, oh, it's okay. No, this movie's garbage. It's awful. Genuinely, there's a reason why it's at the very bottom, because good lord, it's bad. It's so fucking bad that it's just I can't talk any more about this fucking movie because it's giving me fuck you, Joss Whedon, fuck you. That's all I gotta say.
Mark,
I guess that's just
see
me.
what you have to say, buddy.
Oh man, fuck this movie. I'm just gonna say right away, this movie is dead fucking last. Yeah, it's dead fucking last. The Flash comes close, but no cigar. No, this takes the cake because they really royally fucked Zack Snyder. Not only did they fuck Zack Snyder over, they waited till the man's fucking daughter committed suicide to essentially push him out when the man was too distraught to just continue, because he said, normally he's up for the fight. He knows that, it just comes with the territory. You got to fight for your cut, for the cut you want, but normally he's up for that. But he just did not have the energy after his daughter committed suicide. So, I mean, he just left, and that was that. They brought in that bastard, Joss Whedon, and the only good thing to come out of this thing is that Ray Fisher exposed that son of a bitch, and the man should be seen as a hero to this day for it. Because exactly, Joss white titties. What the fuck? That's the only good thing to come out of this film. Calling the jokes. The jokes were not only bad, they were actually insulting. Calling Lois Lane a thirsty young woman. What the actual fuck? Having the Flash fall in Wonder Woman's boobs, just like he had, the Hulk fall into
Black Widow's
boobs in Avengers. I think this is when we started to see that there's something wrong with this guy. So, I mean, thank the gods that Ray Fisher exposed this asshole, had the guts to expose this asshole. Yeah, he was not nuts. I mean, he was standing on principle. The man was standing on principle, and he put his career on the line for that. And goddamn, I mean, I don't know if I would have the guts to do that. I mean, and I admire the hell out of him for it. They were beyond that. They were insulting and misogynistic, and the design of what the fuck did they do to Steppenwolf? Jesus fucking Christ, he looked awful. I do like the design in the new one, but this one, he just looks awful. He looks terrible. I don't even know how to describe it. He looks like a fucking catfish or something. I mean, with the little whiskers or something. But it makes no fucking sense whatever, crying for his mother or his mommy and everything. There's one little mention of Darkseid. That's it. There's not even a hint, barely a hint he fucking exists. It's just fucking Steppenwolf. Like, what the fuck? None of it makes any sense. It makes absolutely no logical sense whatsoever. I mean, even Joss Whedon liked a tweet where somebody commented that he was just a totally undeveloped character. He just liked it. Like he, as a villain, he was a totally undeveloped character. Like, you son of a bitch, you're the one who did that to him. I mean, he's so much better. He's a lot better in Zack Snyder's vision, but this was not Zack Snyder's vision, and WB actually lied to us and told us, oh no, he's going to complete Zack Snyder's vision. He's not going to do anything. Total fucking lie. This movie is not just bad, it's actually insulting. This is where I just broke the fuck up with WB. This is where I just divorced myself from WB and said, fuck you, go to hell, you can fucking die. I mean, shit. I don't want to get his banned, but I mean, this is where I just wanted to start to see WB fail. And this was just the beginning of the end for me. So, I mean, the only good thing they've done since then is make the Snyder cut. So, yeah, this is dead last for me. Fuck this film. So, well, I won't say the only thing because they've had a few good films. I mean, Shazam, they have a few good films. But.
I mean, are you talking like Warner Brothers in general or just with DC?
Yeah.
Warner Brothers in general. I mean,
they also have Dune. Remember Dune? You got Dune. You got Dune Part 2 coming out.
You have Dune. Yeah, they have Dune.
You got a couple things, Mark. You got a couple things, but I get it. Like, dude, trust me, we all agree with you. Like, we all have a little bit of hope for the reboot. Yes, you don't. That's cool, but it just I get it because I was literally, unfortunately, I got one back because it's like it. You know what? It's like Jay with CW shows. Like he's like, I know it's an abusive relationship, but it's an abusive relationship. I fucking can't get out. That's how I kind of. It keeps it's like holding that joint, holding that fucking fucking powder of heroin right in front of my eyes. It's like, okay, fine, I got it. Okay. Because I was literally like, after watching the final episodes of Titans season 2, I was literally where you are right now. I was like so broken and distraught as a DC fan. It's like I was like questioning everything. Like, is this really where I am as a fan at this point? Have I really devoted myself to this company? I had I didn't have like a nervous breakdown or anything. That's a little bit too extreme. But I would it was just like questioning fucking my sanity of like, what did I do to get this as a fan? I was there. Exactly. Unfortunately I was one back because I'm a fucking lackey bitch with my ass bent over, but you know what? I'm the asshole that has some sort of hope because I'm an idiot. So you know what? I'll fucking take it, I guess. But yeah, I mean, we've all kind of had that. But let's move on to bigger and better things. Aquaman. Yay. All right, now I'm going to start out with my ranking so I don't fucking forget. For me, Aquaman is number 4. Now, this is, I'm going to say this. Aquaman is the closest thing we've ever gotten to a good modern Indiana Jones movie, along with the National Treasure movies, if I say so myself. It's just the epitome of a great grand adventure. And I love that. It's not the most perfect movie ever. I mean, it does have Amber Turd in it, and that's kind of the literal giant shit stain on this movie. But, it still does so much right for me. I like, even though Jason Momoa barely resembles the character of Aquaman, that's okay. It's fine. I'll take it. He's good. Patrick Wilson is excellent as Orm. I guess he was having a conversation and somebody he must have hit a button or something. That's okay. He'll be brought back. Anyway, So he Patrick Wilson's great. Yahya Abdul-Mateen II's great. Almost everything about this movie is like really good. Like, if I had anything bad to say, is that again, I don't like ignoring like the controversies with Turd. Their chemistry isn't really that great, in all honesty, and I do think Black Manta was kind of shafted, like not only here but like in the sequel. But we'll get to that later. And but yeah, but like I think the underwater scenes were done really well. This was like the perfect balance of like dark and light. Like I think it got like the color finally right in terms of doing DC movies bright. I think it did that really well finally. And the trench scene was excellent. Tamara Morrison was fantastic. Like a lot of things about this movie it's not like the best movie ever, but the fact that we got a better Aquaman movie than like a better than we got a better Aquaman movie than Justice League movie at the time. Like that's saying something, And this was the first and I believe only DC movie that got $1 billion at the box office. That's kind of awesome for a character that got like the shit end of the stick for fucking years, So I think this is just the epitome of a grand old adventure. And I think it did a lot right. I think James Wan had a lot going for it. I think he's a very good director, and I think he did the, horror to non-horror transition very well. And yeah, this is just a great fun film. Yeah, as I said, not perfect, but it has a giant shit stain. But even then, I really enjoy this movie for what it is, and I really, really, really liked it. So yeah, Devon.
So Aquaman is my number 5. Damn good movie. A lot of fun. I love Jason Momoa as the character. Honestly, I've always liked Aquaman. Like a lot of people say, "Oh, he's a joke. He's a joke. He's the guy that talks to fish." Yada yada yada. Like Aquaman can be pretty badass. Watch the Justice League cartoon. Watch Batman the Brave and the Bold, where you could say he's a little outrageous. Brave and the Bold is fucking awesome. But Jason Momoa proves the point that Aquaman is a badass. Would he have been fit better as Lobo? Yes, but he still works as Aquaman. Where Justice League squander a lot of the potential of him being a good Aquaman, this movie proves it. Action scenes are great. I love the underwater world, and yes, Amber Heard is Amber Heard, but she was okay in this. I liked the scenes that Arthur had with his dad, especially when they're bonding in the bar. Like how is it that I can breathe underwater when you can drink, but you can still drink me under the table? That's my superpower.
Hey, baby.
Give me a. Thank you. Aw, kitty. Black Manta could have been used a lot more. I didn't mind Ocean Master. Yes, there's the Colby Ocean Master. And the scenes he's in, you have Randall Park being a boring wet sandwich. Well, yeah, this movie's, and I will admit, the song at the end credits is pretty corny. Like, you were meant for me, and you're everything I need. Like, is this a Disney? Is this a song for like the Disney Channel? But yeah, Aquaman is good. I still like this movie. Don't understand a lot of the mixed reviews it got, because I know, like, when Double Toaster reviewed this movie, Corey gave it a low rental, and Martin gave it a some old bullshit. Like, wow. I love those guys, but that is an instance where I could say, yeah, they're wrong. It's more high matinee, low full price. Yep, Aquaman is good. Thumbs up for me.
Okay, so I have the first Aquaman at my number 6. So I really don't let its placement fool you. I really like this movie. It's just that there's 5 of the movies that I had higher on it, but I mean I've already mentioned a couple of them already. But anyway, let me get to it. But anyway, Aquaman, yeah, it's a really good movie. I'm not going to sit here and say it was like perfect or anything, but I mean it was a fun time. It was a fun time. I mean, yeah, I don't have like a hate before this came out. I didn't have like a hate boner toward Aquaman like some people did. Like he does have his badass moments. He really does have his badass moments, especially in the Injustice Gods Among Us game. If you haven't played it, go check out the scenes. He does act like a badass in that game. But I like of course Jason Momoa does kick ass as Aquaman. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you got the obvious turd on the bed. We all know who we're talking about, but I mean, and then the action scenes were just so much fun. If I had like any complaints, I felt like the CG, I felt like Ocean Master, while he's not like a bad villain or something, he does follow in that same trope of evil version of the hero kind of trope, and it did get a little annoying kind of thing. I just really didn't care. I mean, I'm not familiar with Ocean Master of the comics, so but it's just I just got annoyed with that, and it seems like it did borrow a little too much here and there. This is to Black Panther, because I mean both of them came out the same year, but I mean that's probably more of a nitpick than anything. But yeah, overall I have a fun time with this movie. And the CGI, I mean CGI is kind of like hit or miss, so I mean just parts of it do look cool, others not so much, but yeah, not really much else I could say. I mean it's a fun movie. It's a fun movie. Number 6.
It's me. I think I gave. Oh no, Aquaman in my ranking is number 3. I really like the film. I think that the visuals, like, I'm gonna go back to visuals because like the really only other thing you can really compare it to is like Justice League. It definitely looks a lot better than Joss Whedon's Justice League. It actually, like, the color grading, the bright colors actually work here because you're in Atlantis, and also just the tone of the film. I just think it works a little bit better here. The action sequences are a little bit more fun here. The humor I thought was just a bit better than it was in the Joss Whedon version, because in that it was just insufferable garbage. Here it kind of works for the film. I think King Orm is probably one of the stronger villains in the DCEU. He's actually got some personality. I like his motive. Jason Momoa is great too, and as much as I don't like her, I thought Amber Heard was fine. Tamara Morrison and Willem Dafoe in the film I thought were great. Black Manta was fine, but he could have done more in the sequel. Well, guess what? He doesn't do anything in the sequel. So I guess in hindsight, being 2020, this is probably the best he's actually going to look in both these films. So I don't know if that's a positive or a negative. I guess that's more of both. I did. What else? I like the flashback scenes between Arthur as a kid. It all pretty much blends together really well. I'd say like maybe some of the humor doesn't work as much in some areas, but other than that, it's solid. So that's my thoughts on Aquaman.
Hi guys. Aquaman. I'm just going to say Aquaman is my number 5. Number 5th ranked film, right behind Wonder Woman. And it is just I thought it was a lot of fun. It was flawed. Some of the humor was cringe. It's not full of cringe. It's not nearly as bad as, say, The Flash or Aquaman 2 in terms of cringe, or Aquaman 2 from cringe humor. Aquaman 2 really leaned into the cringe humor. Spoiler, but this was not so bad. It's not so bad. Some of the jokes were really kind of hit or miss, but I think what this film really does well is the action. And the action is just so badass, especially the end. The scene at the trench, adding that bit of horror element was absolutely fantastic. It's a fairly standard story. Ocean Master was a fairly standard villain, but Patrick Wilson made it work because he's Patrick fucking Wilson, bitch. And that's what he does. So I think it might have worked a little better had they gone with the storyline from the comics, where it was Volko who kind of engineered this this kind of invasion of the surface to who kind of behind the scenes encouraged this, engineered the evidence, the so-called evidence, to kind of get Ocean Master to invade because he wanted Aquaman to come take the throne. So I think that would have worked a lot better here. It would have added a little bit of complexity there. So, I mean, I cannot complain, honestly, because the final battle was just so fucking badass. It's just so memorable. And Jason Momoa killed it in this one. He was, perfect as the outsider, the guy who really feels like he doesn't fit in. I mean, guy of two worlds doesn't feel like he fits in either. So, I mean, I thought this was a really, really good film. So, just too bad they didn't follow up with that. So, this is my number 5.
Yeah, but reality is often disappointing. But Aquaman, it just it you know what Aquaman does? It scratches an itch. That's what it does. It's the epitome of a good, entertaining matinee film that I wouldn't even say turn your brain off, because it has more to it than like a B movie, but it's almost it almost ranges into a big blockbuster B movie in a way, but even then there's a little bit more meat on the bone. I understand the acting from the teenage Aquaman got a lot of shit, and I'm sure
unfairly. I thought. I thought we do need to mention. I think we should give a shout out to Tamira Morrison and Nicole Kidman, both of whom are fucking fantastic.
It's Nicole Kidman. Yes, AMC has made me hate her, but I still think she's a great actress, and it's fucking Jango Fett.
Exactly.
Fett.
She literally does not age. She literally does not age. She just doesn't.
She has a great plastic surgeon.
Seriously.
It's you could tell, but it works. Honestly, she should have been in the Barbie movie. Anyway, but it scratches an itch. Aquaman, you know what? It works. I never really got the hate when it came to this movie. A lot of people just really didn't like it for whatever reason, and I'm just okay, I don't get it, but what the fuck do we know, right? So, now we move on to some real true greatness. Yeah, we're moving on to Shazam, baby. Let's go. And you know what? I'm gonna just say it. I think Homelander said it best.
And I gotta tell you, it was perfect. Perfect. Everything, down to the last minute details.
That's what it was, baby. Shazam. Perfect. That's all I gotta say. Moving on.
The movie is perfect, but it's still good. I have it at my number 7.
Number 1.
Good movie. I really liked Zachary Levi as and yes, I'm calling him Captain Marvel because that's what he is. He is not Shazam.
The wizard is Shazam.
Yes. Thought it was pretty funny. Some of the humor didn't work for me, like him fucking doing the floss. I thought that was kind of stupid. I thought some of the Foster siblings sometimes they could get a little annoying. I still don't like the idea of like this younger Billy Batson being like a punk. It's not as bad as say in Justice League War. And this is the thing where I will disagree with a lot of people on. I actually liked Dr. Sivana. A lot of people don't like him. A lot of people found him forgettable. I'm like, you kidding me?
Fucking idiot.
This dude means business. Like what? When he gets the fucking powers and he throws his brother out the fucking window? It's like, oh shit. It's on. Yeah, I thought he was a really good villain. Mark Strong kicked ass in the role, although I would have liked to see him as, say, Mr. Freeze. Hopefully we do in the future. It's weird. He played Sinestro and he played Dr. Sivana. And honestly, Dr. Sivana being the main villain in this movie makes sense. In the comics, especially the early Captain Marvel comics, his arch enemy was not Black Adam. His arch enemy was Dr. Sivana. So it makes sense he's the first villain for him to fight. But yeah, I don't have too much to say about it, but it's good. It's a lot of fun. And yeah, it's 7 on my ranking.
I think. Rob,
Oh, perfect timing.
Okay.
All right, Shazam.
Okay, Shazam, I have that at number 5. This movie is this is honestly a blast to watch. I honestly like this a little bit more than Aquaman, even though I still really like that movie. I do like the tone it's going for with the whole kid being a superhero kind of thing. It's I will say the villain does feel generic, honestly. What was his name?
Dr. Sivana.
Savannah, yeah. He was just kind of there for me, but I mean I love the family dynamic. I love Billy Batson as a character, and just like I love how he has that little childhood kind of feel to it. He almost acts just like a kid. He acts just like a kid would in that as a superhero. So it honestly really works with this movie. It's a ton of fun. Maybe the CGI, CGI I thought was all right. Wasn't horrible or anything, but like I said, the action scenes were fun. I love the ending where they got all the family members, all the siblings to become, they have the power of Shazam. So to me, it's just so much fun. And also, I love the humor, though. I like a lot of the jokes. Pretty much, I was cracking up about it. But yeah, what more else can I say? And also, I want to mention something else. This was also the last DCU movie I saw in theaters with my dad, because I know me, him, and Ben, we used to watch every comic book movie in theaters and all, whether good or bad. So I just wanted to mention that this movie is a little bit more special to me for that. So yeah, Shazam, number 5.
Shazam for me is also my number 5. It's a fun movie. I kind of call it a fun family film. I think Zachary Levi and Asher Angel do a great job as Shazam and Billy Batson. Mark Strong as Sivana is a very underrated villain in terms of the DCEU. He came off as very threatening, and his motivation is pretty he's like sympathetic but not sympathetic. Like he's a villain, but you understand his motivation. Like he wants revenge. I like that the family has their own dynamic of characters with their own personalities. It all works. I do think some of the humor at points could be a little kind of eye roll, but other than that, nothing too crazy. It's a fun film. There's not a whole lot to say. I thought the action was shot well. I mean, it all works. I mean, it's my number 7. There's not a whole lot to say for this.
Marky Mark and the boys.
Sorry, I was the kitty jumped up and on one of my character shells, one of my mini character shells, and knocked down some of my pop figures. But whew. But yeah, Shazam. Basically, whatever all the other guys said. Obviously, it's a lot of fun, but more than that, what elevates it beyond that, just a fun film, is the fact that it really does have a really great story about found family. It does that theme very. It's not the first time we've seen that theme, of course. I mean, it's a common trope. I mean, we've seen it does it very, very well. Particularly the scene where he finally meets his real mother was so well done. It's one of the best I've seen in any comic book film. I mean, I remember people just cussing this poor character out online, just really giving her hell, you know. I mean, so I almost felt bad for the actress because she did a fantastic job. Yeah, that was a really, really good scene. I mean, and so they all had great chemistry. I didn't mind the silliness from him, even the flossing, because like my brother said, my North Carolina brother said up here, he's a big kid. He's still a kid, and he did a great job coming across as a kid. So, I mean, he's acting like a big kid. That's exactly what he is. So, I mean, and it really, really worked for the character. So, Zack really did a great job. So, a lot of fun. Yeah, love this film. Great film.
Yeah, like I always use the argument of like, well, I mean, he's what I loved, what they really went for. Unfortunately, they kind of, doubled down with the ridiculousness in the sequel. But I feel like what they did here is like, because like the whole irony of is like he's finally living out his childhood and him being a kid in the body of an adult, because now he can finally like almost weirdly get away with it. He had to like survive his entire childhood because he had no one. He was on the streets a lot. So he didn't have much of a childhood. Now he finally, ironically has all this power now and can pretty much almost do anything. And he finally lives out being a kid in an adult's body. And I think that was done very well. And I really liked that. But yeah, for me, this was like a fucking near perfect movie. Like, I love this movie so much. It's one of my favorite superhero films of all time. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. I just love it. It's just so perfect to me. It's just it just nails everything, and I love it so much. But I did forget to mention, movie cartoon fan, his Aquaman ranking was at number 5, and his Shazam ranking is at number 3. So that's good. So, yep, Shazam, excellent. I absolutely adore it. Moving on. Now we get to shit again. Birds of Prey. Now I am absconding from this because I refuse to see it, because I hate Harley Quinn, and I hate what they did to Cassandra Cain, because I love Cassandra Cain as a character, and what they did with her was unforgivable, and they wasted Ewan McGregor. So fuck them all to hell. Fuck you, Margot Robbie, for having a gigantic fucking ego and bringing down the Birds of fucking Prey with you. Go fuck yourself. So you guys can start out with talking about whatever you want.
I have Birds of Prey at number 9. It's okay. It's fine. It didn't piss me off like some other DCEU movies. It's harmless. Like, if it's on TV, I won't get pissed off. I would say, I like Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn. Yeah, she can get a little much in this movie, but I still like the performance. I really liked Ewan McGregor as Black Mask. I liked Mary Elizabeth Winstead as Huntress. I like the actress they got to play Black Canary, even though I wish we got to see more of her powers. She only uses it twice, which is disappointing. Cassandra Cain was a letdown. Renee Montoya was boring. I didn't like what they did with Zaz. But the movie itself, it's harmless. It's not terrible. When I saw it in theaters, I wasn't fuming, like I want to bite off my cat's head, like Ozzy Osbourne did with a bat. It's whatever. Will I go back to watch it again? No, not really. But it's far from the worst DC movie I've ever seen. It's especially not the worst DC movie that came out in 2020. Wink, wink. Allude.
Devin, I gotta say something. You are way too nice to this movie because, my God, this movie is at number 12 for me. I really don't like this movie, and I don't even care what this guy says. I'll take Suicide Squad 2016 over that Birds of Prey piece of shit. First of all, Harley Quinn, she is so annoying. I didn't mind her in Suicide Squad 2016, but she just got too much on my nerves. She was... and I get that they're trying to copy what Deadpool did, but it just came across as really obnoxious to me. I don't like what they did with Zaz. I don't like what they did with Black Mask. I mean, it was... I'm sorry. I was not a fan of either of them. I was not a fan of either of them. They were so wasted. They were so wasted. And the fact that this is pretty much called Birds of Prey, and yet it should have been Harley Quinn, the movie. What the fuck? Because the Birds of Prey, they don't really play a whole lot. Because it's all focusing. It should have been focused on Birds of Prey, the group, not just Harley Quinn. And it's really, God. I mean, I'll give it that maybe it has a few decent action scenes and all, and I mean the acting. I guess everyone did try with their performance, but I mean it's just that's all really as much as God. I really have no plans on rewatching this movie. I'm sorry, just not a fan. Number 12.
Well, Rob, great minds think alike, because this is also my number 12. I guess the performances in this movie were fine. Like, I guess Margot Robbie and Ewan McGregor are fine for what they're given, but honestly, the thing is with Birds of Prey is compared to like the other crap, like it's like I agree with Devin, it's not the worst film DC movie in 2020 because that's coming up. But this is, and also the other crap like Justice League and a couple other films, like it's not as bad as that, but this film just does not work for me. I mean, the other characters really don't contribute much. I thought like they're pretty just bland and boring characters. Like the pacing and just overall structure of the film was way too all over the place. Like maybe they were trying to do something creative by saying, "Oh, it's a chaotic film because Harley Quinn's chaotic." It just doesn't work in translation for me. Zaz was just boring. Like I felt Black Mask at points was more crazier than Zaz was. I thought the dialogue in particular in this movie was fucking awful because literally it felt like they had so many F-bombs to try and justify the R rating, which honestly it didn't need. This movie is only barely clocks in at an hour and 40 minutes, which I think makes it the shortest DCEU film on like on the list. Like you could tell, like either they just had no faith in this movie or this film was cut the fuck. I mean, I would only say to watch it if you're a fan of Harley Quinn, but even then, I'd just say you're not really missing much. Like, I'm kind of with Rob. I'd rather take Suicide Squad over this, because at least that has, like, better things in it. And I'll say, too, Cassandra Cain sucks. She's really annoying. Yeah, that's about it for me. This is just a nothing burger for me.
You know what? I kind of like this film. I mean, it's at number 10 for me, you know, so it's not very high. It's a very mid-tier film and the lowest of the mid-tier films for me. But I still kind of like it. You know, I mean, I agree more with my politically challenged heavy metal brother up here. Yeah, it's a harmless film. There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, yeah, it's flawed. I mean, yeah, she can get a bit much, but I mean, honestly, I see why, because she made this film because she wanted to allow them to showcase other female characters, bring other female characters in. I think she hoped to start them with their own series, even though it didn't happen because the film bombed. But you would need Margot Robbie's star power to sell the film. So you're going to have her in the film. So they should have called it Harley Quinn and the Birds of Prey, really. I mean, I don't think you need Birds of Prey in the overly long title, probably the long subtitle, but even though that is totally something that Harley Quinn would do. But I appreciate the kind of character development they tried to give her in this film, although I think we should have seen more of the breakup with her and Joker. I think it would have kind of helped to have Jared Leto in there. But I did like Ewan McGregor as Black Bass. I thought it was really funny. Mary Elizabeth Winstead as the Huntress. She was great. She was a lot of fun. She was really funny. Black Journey Smollett as Black Canary was really great. Yeah, I liked it enough. I mean, it was a lot of fun. So that's about all. I mean, it's a harmless one. That's about it. So not great, but I mean, it's fun. I do like her as Harley Quinn. So I mean, the scene where she's in the evidence room with the police and she finds the cocaine, she's high on cocaine, she beats it out of the cops. That's funny as hell. I'm sorry, that's funny as fuck. So yeah.
Yeah, I forgot. The actress that plays Black Canary was Jussie Smollett's sister.
Yeah.
Juicy Smollett. Good old
Smollett.
Juicy Smollett. That you'll never happen with that French actor, Juicy Smollett. He is gay and he is black, not just French. I never get tired of that.
We were supporting him with our silence because we knew this guy was clearly lying.
Okay, let's not reiterate all of Dave Chappelle's stand-up because we don't want to get fucking blocked.
Just not blame her for that.
No,
Officer, let's figure out where Kanye West is. Kanye West was last night.
She just has a shitty brother. That's all. Anyway, so let's move on to even worse things. Wonder Woman. Hello. My name is the Geek Informant, and I don't hate Wonder Woman.
John, what the fuck?
Phantom Zone yourself right now.
I will after I'm done.
You're the new Zack.
I don't eat this way. Oh, okay. Keep in mind, I hate a lot about it. I hate the fucking. Okay. The rape of Steve Trevor, whatever the fuck that guy's name was. That's rape. I don't care what Patty Jenkins fucking has to say. That's rape. I don't give a shit. Like, that's fucking terrible. That's a horrible, horrible, horrible thing. That I like her bullshit reason. I don't care. It's fucking bullshit. I know she gave but like a bunch of 80s movies had rape in it. Yeah, that doesn't make it good or okay in today's world. In the 80s, it was a problem, but like we didn't recognize it as a problem until much later. Now it's hard to judge those movies based on today's standards. But if you're including it in a movie today that is looked at through today's lens, sure, it takes place in the 80s, but rape was always bad. Like it doesn't work, Anyway, let's move on from this, troubling subject. Hopefully we don't get anyway. This isn't a good movie. I enjoy it. The action is fluff. Maxwell Lord is hilariously ridiculous as Diet Donald Trump. Fucking Kristen Wiig, I will say, was pretty good as Minerva. I was surprised with how much I genuinely was intrigued with her character. I didn't necessarily like her character, but I was intrigued with her. I'm sure Mark will mention this when he talks about it in terms of their relationship, and I'll let you take the floor on that one because you explain it a lot better than I do. But I could see the potential with her, and I don't think she should have become Cheetah in this movie. I think that should have been saved for a sequel. Keep Maxwell Lord as the villain here. And I think the wishing stone was a bit ridiculous, but again, I get what she was going for, like the whole like 80s like aesthetic. Like I feel like I don't know, it just like the idea of like a wishing stone like fits in like an 80s like movie. Like I don't know, it just like kind of feels like none of these things were executed all that well. It's not a good movie. Like I enjoy it for what it is. I think the opening scene with the race at Themyscira was actually pretty well done. I think it was enjoyable. Gal Gadot is for the most part okay. She has a lot of cringy Kal-El no-esque lines in the movie. I'm surprised it took us that long to make that joke. But it's not I liked it a lot more when I first watched it, but as time went on, I kind of got worse and worse. It's not good, but like I enjoy parts of it. And again, it's one of those cases, like a lot of these movies, I can see a good movie in here somewhere. And I liked how it did go into the campy side. Because I like the camp, I like the schlock. I just wish it was done well, you know? You could have done so much more with this. I wish it was not, you know, Pedro Pascal was fine with what he was given. They try to make him like this sympathetic villain. It just with his son, but it just doesn't work. The whole her thing with her and Steve Trevor was ridiculous, didn't make sense. Like, and the whole was like, oh, give your wishes away, very dumb. It's just like a lot of it was very dumb, but like I kind of like the aesthetic. I like the tone and some action scenes here or there. And that Golden Eagle suit is fucking awesome. I don't care what anybody says. That is a fucking banger suit. And and it would have made more sense for her to use that while she still didn't have her powers than getting her powers back and then using the super duper ultra amazing suit. So, you know, plus you get Linda Carter as a cameo. Fuck it. I'll take her any day of the week, you know? Like, wow. Like, age does not. Is she an Amazon? Because, like, in all honesty, I
Yes.
believe it. I believe it. I believe it. Like, goddamn, that woman does not age. Honestly, fuck it. She looks better than Gal Gadot now. I don't give a fuck. Like, Gal Gadot's very beautiful, but give me Linda Carter any day of the week. Anyway, before I get arrested, movie, fun time. I get why people hate it. It's not a good movie, but I still enjoyed my time with it. So it has a lot of problematic elements and is not good for most of it, but I enjoyed some aspects of it. So that's, you know, terrible. And that fucking thing with Steve Trevor is just that fucking pisses me off so much. It's so terrible and I hate it so much, but let's just move on.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen. This is my number 13. This was, believe it or not, my most anticipated film of 2020. I praised the hell out of the first movie. And that's because I love it, and I still love it. And my dad and I, we were so excited for this movie. So much so, we didn't even go watch it on HBO Max. We missed going to the theater, so we went to an AMC. And I wish we didn't. What the hell happened? It's still Patty Jenkins. What the fuck? Like, there was no point of setting this movie in the 80s. It creates a huge plot hole from the first Wonder Woman and BVS. Like, I thought once Superman made his first appearance, that's when people will start to become aware of the metahumans. Why And also, it said like she disappeared for 100 years. Like, Mark, confirm or deny? It said in BVS she disappeared for 100 years, right?
I just
Or is that-
rewatched it, and yes, she literally says in the film to Bruce, "I walked away from humanity 100 years ago." I literally made a joke while I was rewatching it, like, "No, you didn't, because 84 retconned that shit."
Exactly. And like, again, you have bad humor, and it's 2.5 hours, and half the time nothing fucking happens. A 2.5 hour movie, and she is only Wonder Woman, no joke, 4 times. 4 times. And the Wishing Stone story is stupid. The rules don't make sense. Fucking Steve Trevor coming back in a random guy's body, and she fucking rapes the guy. Like, fuck you. Fuck you. Maxwell Lord, terrible villain. Cheetah, terrible villain. The ending is so fucking cringeworthy with everyone going, "I renounce my wish! I renounce my wish!" And why? How come Wonder Woman can fly in this movie, yet she couldn't fly in BVS? And she couldn't fly in Zack Snyder's Justice League? Fuck. Man, come on. This franchise can't even keep track of its own fucking continuity. And also, come on, we also gotta remember the amazing, wonderful green screen of like Wonder Woman. She's clearly just jogging in place.
The $6 billion woman.
I'm coming, Steve!
Devin, what's worse, that or Noodle Arms Flash?
Noodle Arms Flash, come on. Nothing could top the wacky waving inflatable arm flailing 2-man run. But yeah, fuck Wonder Woman 1984. One of the biggest disappointments of my life.
Okay, so Wonder Woman 1984. As much as I don't like Birds of Prey, and I really don't, I will say it is a godsend compared to Wonder Woman 1984. This is honestly the second to last. This is number 15 for me. Yeah. Look, this was actually one of my, this along with the first Sonic movie were my two most anticipated movies of 2020, of the 2020. And I was really looking forward to it because I love the first Wonder Woman, and Patty Jenkins was coming back. I mean, it seemed like everything was right for this movie. Then I saw it, and what the fuck? How did this movie get so bad? Just how? What happened, Patty Jenkins? Did you take too many martinis and started writing the script when you were drunk and high? What the fuck?
I don't think I wrote it.
Well, yeah. But anyway, this movie is just a disaster. I mean, Gal Gadot still does really good for what she was given as Wonder Woman, but that's like the only praise. The villain's a joke. The Wishing Stone? That make no fucking sense. Cheetah was wasted. I mean, I did like Kristen Wiig as Cheetah, but she was barely in the movie, and she just felt so wasted. I feel like they had used her a little too much and like too early, and they could have saved her for another sequel or something. And the CGI looked terrible. I mean, Wonder Woman flies. Where the fuck did that come from? Let's not forget the jogging green screen, the obvious green screen where she's jogging out of. What else here? So sorry if I'm kind of like all over the place. I mean, I'm really not feeling that great right now. But anyway, what was I going to say? I mean, Pedro Pascal, he does fine, but I just did not like what they did with Max Lord. So he just felt like a joke to me. This was, like I said, this was my most anticipated movie of 2020, and this was a massive disappointment. I can't tell you how disappointed I was with this movie. I mean, luckily I didn't see this in theaters. I saw it on HBO Max, or as Max as we call it now. But yeah, this was a disappointment for me. It's number 15.
All right.
Austin, you can be quick about this because we know how you feel. So just, be quick so you don't fall into like a depression or something. We want to make sure you're okay, man.
All right. I'm giving I'm this is a number 14 for me. I'm gonna be frankly honest here. This movie, when I saw DC Fandom, I was really excited for this film, and then I heard everybody talk about how shit it was, so I decided to not watch it. So it wasn't until many years later that I saw it, and yeah, it's pretty fucking bad. I guess I can just start with positives. I guess. I thought the acting was fine for what it was. I thought Gal Gadot and Chris Pine tried their best with the script that they had. I did like some of the callbacks to the first film, and I did appreciate they're like the first 30 minutes are fine, like on Themyscira, but it kind of fucking lies to you because it makes you think that the movie might be somewhat decent. But no, it's not. It's fucking awful. And yeah, the invisible jet is cool. It's like a little Easter egg, but it was pointless. And then the biggest problem with this movie, it makes no fucking sense. The whole thing with it being set in the 80s makes no sense because they established in BVS that she disappeared for 100 years. And you mean to tell me that there was no pictures or there's no photography in the 80s? Like, come on. That's absurd. The story is way too cheesy and just dumb. I thought it was just way too goofy for what the first film was serious, but this is just way too cheesy and goofy. And also, can I just say Maxwell Lord sucks? He is an awful villain. I mean, it is again the same problem. He's so fucking they try to make him sympathetic. It doesn't work. He's not likable, and then he gets away scot-free in the end. There's no consequence. I mean, I do understand. Okay, maybe they don't know about the Wishing Stone, but even then, it was just you kind of wish there could have been more to it. I thought Cheetah, Barbara becoming Cheetah at the end was so pointless because she only shows up at the last 30 minutes of the film. It's almost Venom and Spider-Man 3's level of insulting and stuffing it in there because we need something else in this film. And then near 3-hour movie, by the way. Diana basically raping another guy, thinking that it was Steve. That was just in horrible taste. I don't care what anyone tries to argue for that scene. It was just in bad taste. You should not have done it. The design of Asteria's armor would just look awful. Swinging the clouds was stupid. This whole movie is just so weird and just in general, it doesn't work. And it's sad because the first Wonder Woman movie is fantastic. Then we get the sequel and it's fucking awful. It's bottom 3. That's how bad it was. And not to mention, and did I forget to mention, it's nearly 3 hours long and the pacing is fucking awful. Holy shit, man. I never, no. Even if you like the first Wonder, don't watch this movie. It's a waste of time. Genuine honesty. I wish I could have went my whole life not watching this film. It would have made my life would go a lot better if I didn't watch this fucking movie because honestly it ruined my life. I swear to you. I I literally like lay awake at night and go, wow. I watched Wonder Woman 1984. What a waste of time that was. But Jesus, like that, like even the first 30 minutes, like no, it's bad. It's just bad. No, fuck you, Wonder Woman 1984. Fuck you, Patty Jenkins.
Also, I forgot to mention that it's at number 11 for me, by the way. I know nobody cares at this point, but I thought I'd say so.
Yeah, this is bottom 3 for me too. This is my number 14, third worst for me. So there are only 2 worst than this. Yeah, this was. I'm right there with you, Devin. I was so excited for this one because I love the first Wonder Woman so much, and I didn't go out and see it in the theaters because I didn't want to risk COVID or anything. But I mean, so I just watched it on Max, and I was just floored with how bad it was. So were the kids. So were Jack. So were Kaylee. Kaylee was too. Kaylee just could. I don't even think she could fucking get through it. It was just that fucking awful. Wow. Fuck this film. That's what Kaylee said. Fuck this film, and she said it all. It's what I've realized while John was talking. Patty Jenkins did not want to make a Wonder Woman film here. She wanted to make a satire of the 80s. She wanted to make a film criticizing the 80s. Hence the whole, the 80s was greed thing because, with the Wishing Stone, it was that all the 80s were all greed, even though, like, I think it was one comedian or one critic was saying, maybe it was Philmaster Adam who said, what about people who were, wishing for, say, cancer to go away? I mean, do they have to take back that wish? Does their loved one have to die of cancer now? I mean, what if people, wish for 2 opposite things? Do they both happen? What the fuck?
What if Bruce Wayne wished for his parents to come back?
Exactly right. Now they have to die
because they died in 1981.
Exactly. Jesus Christ. Oh man. Yeah, this was just such an incredible. I don't think they should. Maxwell Lord should have been a Justice League level villain. They should have stuck with his original power. They're going to have him, but I mean, he really should have been a Justice League villain. You asked me to explain that relationship. She and Barbara Minerva were friends in the comics. They had a falling out, and basically in the comics, Barbara Minerva becomes Cheetah, and she blames Diana for her becoming Cheetah. It's the curse of what is it kind of called? That's the Japanese name. It's Urskatarga, I think. Urskatarga, the curse of Urskatarga, I think, is what it was called. But either way, she blames Diana for that. It really that would have been a far more interesting plot. I agree with John that she shouldn't have become Cheetah in this film. Should have taken this to develop it. I think they should have had a lesbian relationship between the two. I think this should have been her bounce back. Well, I guess not a bounce back since it's 70 years later, but I mean, this should have sort of, her bounce back from Steve Trevor. You could have used this to say, yeah, this is her come back from Steve Trevor. There was no reason to set this film in the 80s other than she just wanted to make, fun of the 80s. I mean, she just wanted a satire of the 80s with the whole 80s greed thing, and along with the whole, I've seen people defending the body stealing thing as, well, there were a bunch of those films in the 80s. She's just making the satire of that. But why? Why do we need that why do we need that in a Wonder Woman film? It's just creepy. So, I mean, especially when you're having the two sleep together, that's just really fucking creepy and uncomfortable. So, yeah. And, God, I mean, this was just really bad, man. This was just really fucking bad. There was no reason to bring him back in the first place, honestly. They should have just left him gone. I would just have gone with developing her and Barbara Minerva's relationship and having some kind of villain that they're both facing. So, I mean, but
I wouldn't have mind seeing her seeing a ghost of Steve Trevor, like a hallucination, maybe. Maybe something with the and it's caused by the wishing stone. Maybe it was some sort of ancient magic, and it even the ones that don't make a wish, it brings out a desire that's in your head.
Have her
And,
fight Hades. Yeah.
Yeah, and then like it brings out what do you desire? And just like sort of like bringing out like that sort of thing, and then like her like kind of like almost like giving into the temptation, but then she sees Barbara Minerva and she like fully, I think, like not have them like be in a relationship just yet, and then having her, and then the movie end with her accepting that Steve is gone, nothing can bring him back, not even the wishing stone, and them starting a relationship from then
That's a
on.
better idea.
And
I like
then
Or
the next film would be would either be another film, and it would be another villain, and then like a fourth film would be the fallout. Yeah, like
Yeah.
really develop that relationship, and I think that could have been done really well.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I
sorry.
think the biggest change here.
or how
No,
about this?
what?
Um,
Go ahead.
do what the show from the 70s did, where they have a descendant of Steve Trevor.
I mean, I think, but the thing is, people would say that's copying from the 70s show. I think like they just do their own thing. I wouldn't mind seeing that, although apparently now in the comics, Steve Trevor is gay because of course he is. So,
And
but
Linda Carter's cameo at the end, she looks beautiful. Her cameo was pretty
Not enough for
stupid,
safety.
especially with that
That's not-
wink she did. Like I've done this before.
I didn't mind that because I mean that's the but a cameo was not going to save this movie for me. Not even her cameo could save this movie for me. But I mean, for
Hell
me,
no.
you know, I've always said the biggest difference in this film and the previous film, the first film was co-written by Zack Snyder. And he even helped her direct because I mean he directed the scene where she fights to defend the French village from the Germans. You know, he directed that scene because he gave her pointers on directing the action scenes. And but this one was co-written with Jeff Johns.
don't get me wrong, Jeff Johns has done a lot of good
As a
stuff.
comic book writer, yeah.
Comics, and like I
Movies.
mean he did an excellent job on Stargirl. Like he was an executive producer on that show, and I'm pretty sure he wrote the pilot episode, and that's great stuff. He can do good, he just needs to stay in his wheelhouse. Like he knows Green Lantern, he can do Green Lantern really well, and he knows Stargirl, he can do that, and he can do a lot of good ASA stuff.
Yeah,
but he needs
went
to stay
really
in his wheelhouse.
overboard with the open heart bullshit. You know, I mean, dear God, he just went so fucking overboard with that.
Yeah, like he's done a lot of bad, but I think he's done a lot of good for like comics and stuff like that.
But I stand by that though. I think that you know she didn't want to make a Wonder Woman film. She wanted to make a satire of the 80s. There was no reason.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you want to watch a good satire of the 80s, watch American Psycho because that was done well, and it was by a woman. So go fuck yourself.
Boom.
Anyway, let's move on to bigger and better things because I know you guys will love the next one with the first of two 2021 films. Technically, we have Zack Snyder's Justice League. Yay! We did it, guys. Zack Snyder's Justice League. Yes, it is better than Justice League. Don't worry, I'm not one of those assholes. Calm down. I do think it's a better movie. Do I think it's the greatest thing ever conceived by humans? Greatest DCEU film of all time. Greatest DC film of all time. No.
Yeah.
I think it's a very good movie. I think it's a lot of fun. I think I respect it's, you know what? I'm going to say this. Zack Snyder's Justice League is a movie I respect more than I like, because I respect what that Zack Snyder, even though it was begrudgingly by WB because they had to fucking lick their wounds and admit they were wrong and give him this, and this was way more popular and showed what that we were supposed to get and all that shit. So I respect it. This is definitely out of the Zack Snyder movies that he actually directed from beginning to finish is probably the best one and my favorite. But I don't think it's amazing. I think it does have a lot of problems. Like, I understand why it was 4 hours, and I commend the fact it was 4 hours. I respect the fact it was 4 hours. I just personally don't like the fact it was 4 hours because I think it was paced very poorly. And it took me about an entire work week to watch it. It took me about 4 or 5 days to watch it. And it was a lot of times it was a lot of trouble getting through it. It was, don't get me wrong, I think it was really good, and I think it had a lot of really good aspects. Like I liked the team actually like feeling like a team. I think like the jokes, because a lot of people seem to forget there are jokes in Zack Snyder movies. So, and those were actually done very well. I like the chemistry between the team. Ben Affleck was really good. I mean, sure, we get some cringy lines here and there, like you still have the Kal-El no scene, and like you still have Ezra Miller as the Flash, who even from day one, I never really liked him all that much. I think he was kind of miscast. But I mean, like honestly, this would be like almost like a 6 out of 10. But like it's legit raised to a 7. I know 7.5. I know. It's not a 10. It's not a 9. It's a 7.5 out of 10 for me. It's raised to a 7.5 just on Ray Fisher's performance alone. Like that. Like Zack Snyder said he was the heart of the movie, and he was the motherfucking heart of the movie. He is what makes this movie work as well as it does. Like the scene with the single mom not having enough money for her kids and him like hacking the bank so that you're a winner because of like blah blah blah, and him was so like wonderful and so nice. And I like the scenes of like him like where he's like fully human and he's like seeing everything like through his like technological like sort of like world was very well done. The famous Flash scene, the cheer moment, whatever the hell it was very well done. I thought I thought a lot of the action scenes were really good. I will say, again, it was one of the things. I understand why the black suit was used. I just think it was kind of weirdly mishandled with how they did it. Like, this is gonna be hard for me to like describe, but the last thing I'm gonna describe. So overall, good movie, just not amazing. But with the black suit, the thing I don't fucking like what they did with the black suit. I understand because it's comic accurate. It was in Death of Superman. He was in the black suit because of special in the comics it was described as like it was actually like a functioning suit to absorb more of the sun's rays and to like boost him and like all that shit, and that was never explained here. But I guess you could assume that like because it's a black suit and it absorbs more of the sun's rays, that's like what happened. The thing I don't really like is that the black suit is sort of the quote unquote dark and depressing suit, and he's happy-go-lucky Superman. Yet in the nightmare scenes where he's supposed to be the fucked up evil Superman, he's wearing the famous red and blue suit. That didn't really sit right with me. I don't like how like the red and blue suit is kind of shit on, and then the black suit was like kind of, oh, look, he's wearing the cool black suit. It was hopefully unintentional, but I just don't like how that was handled. And I think the black suit, even in the context of the movie, was almost pointless because, I mean, look at BVS. He wore the red and blue suit, got nuked, and was able to absorb the sun just fine. So, I think it's like sort of like a weird thing. Like I don't hate it, but it's just like sort of like weird for me that I don't like totally love it either. But I get it. So with that, I will move on because we're in the 3-hour mark and we got to get this shit done. So Devin, feel free to shit on me and blah blah blah.
Believe it or not, this is my number one. I fucking love this movie. I loved it from the moment I saw it. And look, I am not a Zack Snyder worshiper. I like him. But the way I can describe the trilogy is, like for me at least, is Man of Steel, BVS, Zack Snyder's Justice League. He finally got to see his true vision realized after WB raped it. But
just like Wonder Woman raped that guy.
Exactly. Despite it being 4 hours, not once is it ever boring. Action is better. The character development, oh my god, he made the characters so much more interesting, so much more layered, especially Cyborg. This has probably my favorite scene in a comic book movie, and it's weird to say, because it has Ezra Miller. I absolutely loved this part where the Flash reverses time and rebuilds the universe. Everything about it, from the way it's shot to the music, it's just fucking, it's amazing. Batman feels more like Batman. His arc comes full circle. A lot of, and this proves, like, a lot of the stuff I actually liked, that I liked in Justice League when I first saw it. None of that was Joss Whedon. All of it was Snyder. Would I have liked to see his vision continue another life? Sure. But we got to move forward. Like, this is an amazing movie. I still love it. It's been a minute since I watched it. I guess the only thing I kind of don't like was the whenever Wonder Woman came on screen. That got annoying. It's like, Zack Snyder's Justice League featuring Yoko Ono. But yeah, that's my love. Zack Snyder's Justice League. It's my number one. Rob.
Sorry.
Okay.
In my rating. Hang on. Sorry, Rob. For me, it's at number 6. Sorry, Rob.
Okay. So, all right. So, I guess we'll keep this. We'll keep this Zack Snyder Justice League dick sucking train going. So, because that Zack Snyder's Justice League is at number 1 for me. Now, before anybody says anything, I'm not, like, as much as I do appreciate a lot of Zack Snyder's work, I'm gonna be the first to admit, not everything he touches turns to gold. Sucker Punch, I'm looking at you. Anyway, this is the movie we should have gotten. Everything is pretty much a complete 180 from that thing that we got a few years prior. Like all the characters have more development with them. The action is just amazing. Steppenwolf, actually, he's no longer the mother. I need the titty mother. He's not that. So, and he honestly was pretty threatening, and I don't even mind his, like, I feel like his design was a million times better than whatever that we got in that thing. Yeah, this is honestly just an amazing film. Everyone does an amazing job. Yeah, I mean, it's 4 hours long, but honestly, I was never bored once. As long as the movie could keep me interested, and as long as it at least gives me interested in the story, the characters, and just everything that's going on, I don't mind the long run time. I was never bored with it. I do have the Blu-ray of it. Unfortunately, I don't have it on me because I'll be moving in with my fiance soon. So within months, you'll be seeing a different setup than what you see now. But yeah, this movie is just wonderful. So easily my favorite of the DCEU movies. So yeah, number 1.
All right, time to keep the positive hype train going because it's also my number 1. Yeah, after the fucking butchering of the Justice League movie in 2017 by WB, Zack Snyder came back, and was it good? Yeah, it was fucking amazing. It does everything that the 2017 version was trying to do, and I'm putting "trying" quotation marks because no, they didn't try. It did it way, way better. First off, can I just say the visuals, the color grading, and the tone perfectly match up with BVS and Man of Steel, because that was a problem with the 2017 version. Like, the 2017 version literally stuck out like a sore thumb. Like, that's how bad. That's how bad it was. Like it looked like it looked the same to BVS and Man of Steel. It's consistent and it keeps it keeps the Zack Snyder trilogy feel like one thing. Steppenwolf looks like he actually ate something. Like he actually looked like he ate a 5-course meal at a fucking 5-star restaurant because he was a lot beefier in this film. He actually had a better design. He came off as very threatening. His motive was better instead of doing the whole stupid mother thing, like whose mother we'll never understand. He wants the mother boxes so he can bring Darkseid to Earth for the anti-life equation so he can go home. Like that's literally all you needed. That's all you needed. That's all you needed. But no, of course they try to make it so overly just dumb. I'm not even going to talk about the fucking other movie. The cast here I thought was a lot better. I think the characters like actually acted like actual characters and not goofballs. Like at least the Flash wasn't tripping over his feet every 5 seconds and not making stupid jokes. Like Cyborg actually has a character. Like there's story behind him. Like everyone is just great here. The action is shot better. Like again, I don't know how Joss Whedon did it, but the action looks so bad in the 2017 version. Here it looks better. I thought the cameos from everyone was great. The nightmare sequence was cool because again, it's kind of in theme with like why they ignored it in 2017 makes no sense, but okay, sure. But here it's consistent. And we did get a nice interaction between Leto's Joker and Affleck's Batman, which was better than whatever. Probably the best thing we'll ever see out of Jared Leto's Joker. Let's be honest. Yeah, hunka. Yeah, I mean, sure, are there negatives? Yeah, like it's really nitpicks. Like the whole Wonder Woman thing. Every time she's on screen, you hear the like fucking like the fucking like a just the hymn. I'm just like every time I hear it, I'm just like, oh my god, turn it off. Like oh my god. And then the whole like I don't know. I'm trying to remember what else because I think there was another thing that I was gonna bring up. I don't know. I'm having a brain fart, but there are some like nitpicks, but this doesn't take away from it. I think this is great. This is what we should have gotten in 2017, but didn't. And even though we probably won't see anything more from the Snyderverse, I feel like at least Zack Snyder was able to go off with his own terms and go out on a high rather than a low. I mean, if they do it with in either comic form or like an animated thing, like it'd be whatever. But other than that, it's great. It's my number one.
Mark, let's go.
Oh man, look, Rob, I'm just gonna say it. Zack Snyder deserves to have his dick sucked, motherfucker. That man made an achievement with this film. Look, I don't feel the need to qualify my love for Zack Snyder. I don't feel the need to fucking apologize for it. I get that that's the popular thing, that we are supposed to hate Zack Snyder. You're supposed to think he's a bad director. I don't. I love the guy. I think he's.
I want to say this thing before.
I know you don't hate it. I know you don't. I know.
No. I want to say this. I'm gonna say this. I know this may seem naive, but this is maybe the Superman of me talking. I don't think anybody like that truly deserves. No one really truly deserves to be hated. No. And I'm not talking about like the extremes. I'm talking about a normal everyday person. Nobody deserves to be hated. Not even.
I won't say nobody. Hitler deserves to be hated.
That's what I mean. Like extremes, like a guy who killed 6 million people. Yeah, like obviously. I'm talking about a normal filmmaker, like a normal everyday guy.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
That's what I mean. Like,
I know what you mean.
Sorry.
I know what you mean. Yeah. No, you're fine. But I was just saying, I mean, look, yeah, I love the guy. I mean, I don't say everything is, I don't think everything he does is perfect, obviously. I mean, shit. I mean, I've said his, but I mean, I have loved a lot of his films, I've enjoyed them all that I've seen, at least. They're right from, just very enjoyable to, I think they're great, You know, I love this film. The biggest argument I have in support of this film is that what my metalhead brother up here said. This film is 4 fucking hours, and not once is it boring. Not fucking once. That is a fucking stunning achievement. You know, even Killers of the Flower Moon was a great film. Is, you know, has some pacing issues. So, you know, it does. I mean, I understand because out of necessity, because I mean, to tell that story, you have to go that long. But I mean, it's the fact that this film is 4 fucking hours and just, you know, doesn't have, not once does it lag, is fucking amazing. His visuals, I think, are as, you know, I think they were just top notch in this film. They're better than they were in Man of Steel and Batman v Superman. His visuals, I've always loved his visuals. I think I dare say I'd put him up against even Watchmen. And I love Watchmen. This and Watchmen are his 2 masterpieces to me. And the only reason I have this one above Watchmen, honestly, is that this one is 4 hours and not once it's a lag. Yeah, I'm just going to say that's it. Play the you guys have said it all. Ray Fisher really is the fucking heart of this film. Play the Homelander clip, John. That's all I have to fucking say.
Mark's thoughts on Zack Snyder's Justice League, and honestly, most Zack Snyder films, but Zack Snyder's Justice League especially.
And I gotta tell you, it was perfect. Perfect. Everything, down to the last minute details.
Not perfect, not everything, just a little under half.
Like, I would say most. Like, that's not being like mean. Like,
No, I mean, yeah,
most of his films.
Oh, I do love most of his films. You know, I mean, like,
so, you know,
I mean,
I think
some of them I just think are fun. Like Army of the Dead, that was just, I don't love it. It's just, it was a lot of fun to me. I thought it was fun. You know.
Meanwhile, me, in terms of most of Zack Snyder's films,
I'd rather see blood in my stool.
I'm just kidding. He's not that bad.
I know.
But yeah, Zack Snyder's Justice League. I don't fully get behind the Justice's Gray edition. It's one of the few cases where I don't think a black and white movie serves a purpose. But that's just me. Yeah. I prefer like the more. I feel like the color like of them coming together. I feel like that deserves a more colorful appearance than black and white. Unlike Godzilla -1 minus color, which hopefully I will get to see either tomorrow or Monday. But yeah, let's move on to the next. Oh, sorry, Mark. Let's move on to the next film, which is The Suicide Squad. Oh no, I'm sorry, Mark, but we'll get through this as quickly as we can. But hey, you talked about Zack Snyder's Justice League, so I feel like it's balanced, evenly balanced as all things should be, right? So for me, Suicide Squad is at number 7. Zack Snyder's Justice League was at number 6. The Suicide Squad is number 7. So I actually like Zack Snyder's Justice League more than The Suicide Squad. So I got you there. Anyway. So The Suicide Squad, I think it's not a perfect movie, obviously, with, you know, like I give like a 7. It has some flaws, and I think there's a lot of things that could have been done better, like cut Harley Quinn out of the movie. No, I'm just kidding. But I actually don't mind the opening, like with a bunch of them getting fucking killed. Like, because it's like the whole tagline of the movie is don't get too attached. Like, James Gunn actually had the balls to kill a shit ton of people off. So, you know, I'll give it that. And, you know, it's like, I like the whole thing with Flula Borg and the fucking javelin was hilarious. And I will say, I hate Harley Quinn. She was less terrible here than normal, even though we do see her feet a lot, which is all right. James Gunn, what are you trying to tell us, man? You trying to be like Diet Quentin over here? Like, come on. But overall, like, I thought it was really good. I think I did like Bloodsport. Like, obviously, he's just Diet Deadshot, but like, I still think he was really good. I mean, Idris Elba's a really great actor. I loved Polka Dot Man. Loved Ratcatcher 2. She was easily the best part of the movie. I loved that Starro was like the big villain that got released by the end of the movie. I love Starro. Like, that's such a great villain because you could go into many directions with that, and I really liked what they did here. And me being a Doctor Who fan, love seeing my boy Peter Capaldi, even though he was kind of wasted a little bit, but he was still great here. Who else? Yeah, I liked King Shark and Peacemaker I don't like as much as everyone else does. I feel like the thing is, I think because from what I've read, now it could be bullshit, but because like rumor sites and all that. From what I read, John Cena actually did want to go more of like a deadpan version of the character, which is what Peacemaker kind of is. He is more of like that deadpan militaristic type, like in the comics, and he's like he wanted to do that, but James Gunn decided to go more funny with it, and I don't agree with that. I think he should have gone more deadpan, like because the whole greatness of Peacemaker, in my opinion, is that he's not in on the joke in terms of the irony of his mission of like I want to sustain peace and I'll kill as many men, women, and children as I can to do it. Like that's like if that was like if we leaned more into that, I think that could have been better. But I do think with what we got, what was given, I actually didn't mind John Cena as Peacemaker. I think he did a really good job. I like how they did like straight up have the suit. And I liked that a lot. But yeah, it like the action scenes were really good and exaggerated. I thought it was really well done. Had a lot of really surreal visuals. The CGI was like really good. Obviously it's not perfect, but I think it improved on a lot of the aspects that the original did not have. Like the editing was actually like watchable, crazy. Like the team actually had some sort of camaraderie and chemistry. And like even though it was sad to see, like I didn't mind Captain Boomerang getting killed. I just wish we saw more of him because he was kind of shit canned in the earlier movie because he had nothing to do there. So but even then, the whole thing is don't get too attached. Like I liked how they did that, and I didn't mind seeing Rick Flag die either. Like it was like a whole new thing, and I had a fun time with it. Again, it's not perfect. I don't think it's the greatest movie ever or anything like that, or but it introduced the world to Daniela Melchior, and how bad can it really be for that? I mean, come on. So that's just my 2 cents.
I'm probably going to be the most positive person here because I fucking love this movie. It is my number 3. I remember before we were on another review show.
The review show that shall not be named.
Exactly. And I was the one defending this movie. And the guy hosting it was constantly bashing me for it. And he constantly made terrible points. This beats the 2016 version in almost every way. Not only is the action better, but the characters are better. They're more interesting. They're more fun. There's actual chemistry. I loved Ratcatcher 2. I loved Bloodsport. I loved King Shark. I liked Peacemaker. I loved Polka Dot Man. I loved all these characters. Like Peacemaker was a great love to hate character. This movie had balls that the 2016 movie didn't have. It killed people. The opening shows this movie is not going to fuck around. Amanda Waller is not pulling any punches. She knew these guys were useless, and she used them as a distraction. But that is certainly something she would do. I really liked the humor. Yeah, the Angel splooging joke was cringy. But every scene with King Shark had me laughing. You wouldn't eat your friends, would you? No. Peacemaker. God damn it, Nanawe! Doesn't even look like me. I loved the joke of of Polka Dot Man always seeing his mom everywhere. Like when he's dancing at the club, he's surrounded by his mom. And the Amna, you know who that is? That's your mom! Oh my god, I was dying. But yeah, action is great. The soundtrack is much better. And unlike the 2016 version, the reason for going up against Starro makes sense. Like, Amanda Waller never told them they were going up against that. Like, they didn't know they were going up against a kaiju. And Starro is a much more interesting antagonist. Even though he's not really much of a villain, he was just happy floating in space looking at the stars. Like, Tinkerer, despite his limited screen time, he had a presence to him. Peacemaker was threatening. Amanda Waller was threatening, and she wasn't stupid.
Don't fuck with Peter Capaldi.
And the reasoning for deciding to stay behind and fight makes more sense than, oh, we got nothing better to do, and we need a climax. Where their reasoning was, even for us, this is fucked up. This is going too far. Fuck this bitch. We're going to do something about this. Like, I loved it. I loved it. Although, honestly, my ideal ending was I wanted all of them to just gang up on Amanda Waller. Like, I thought that would have been
style and just beat the shit out of her.
Oh my god, that would have been great. But yeah, I love this movie. I still love it. I don't care what anyone says.
Well, I guess I'm going to be the one. I guess we got one liked, one loved. I guess I'm going to be the sour one because I put the Suicide Squad 2021 at number 7. To me, it's just okay. I don't think it's really as great. It's not as great as so many people are making out to be. I guess what it is the fact that let me state something. Yes, it is better than the other one. It is better than 2016, but even then, both of those movies are not hell to pay. Give me hell to pay over either of those movies. Because look, let me talk about some of the positives. Yeah, the action's good. The performances are well done. Yes, it does take more risk about it. The one thing that brings it down for me is just the annoying and cringy humor. That's the biggest problem with it. I'm sorry, but a lot of the jokes did not work for me. I honestly wasn't laughing a whole lot. I felt like Peacemaker, he was very insufferable at so many points. I mean, I know he's a guy you're supposed to hate, but he just got on my nerves. Like, if this beach was made of full dicks, I'd eat them all. Blah, 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 blah. Ha. Yeah, I mean, I guess that was just what it brought it down for me, was just the humor just got really annoying to me. I mean, it's not bad. It's certainly okay. But yeah, just give me hell to pay. Give me Assault on Arkham over both of these live action Suicide Squad movies. So, not really much else I could say. So, yeah, it's number 7. It's in the middle, or no.
Oh, it's me again. I have the Suicide Squad at number 8. I thought it was fine. Like, it's an example of a film that's like a popcorn film, more or less. Like, it's a film that you're not supposed to take seriously. It's fun, right? Like, the acting was good, the action was shot well. I'm not gonna go too in depth with this one because it's just kind of like whatever to me. Like, it's fun, the action, the acting, the story was interesting. I will say the comedy at points is a little excessive, and I thought some of the gross out humor with Polka Dot Man did not really work for me. it just was weird. The Thinker was just very bland. He was okay, but he just doesn't really do much for me. I thought Bloodsport was just the whole storyline with him and his daughter was so nothing because it doesn't really go anywhere. It's just a fun popcorn film. It's just a film that's fun, but there's nothing much to it. So yeah, it's number 8 for me.
And then there was one. Oh, sorry. Hold up, let me pause this. I was just watching the original, which at least to me is better. And let me explain why. For one thing, the humor in the original film works a lot better for me. I like the characters in the original, except whereas, the humor was a lot better in the original for me. I like the humor in the original. This one, it was just kind of stupid. I mean, honestly, Idris Elba was. I love Idris Elba. He's a fantastic actor. He's not Will Smith. I mean, I'm not saying he's not as good as Will Smith, just saying he's a poor replacement for Will Smith. He's just a much more serious, straightforward guy, whereas, I mean, I think it really hurt it having, I mean, he's not a comedic guy.
Hey,
like Will
now
Smith.
double it for being a dickhead.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Double it for being a dickhead. Exactly. I mean, comedy just kind of comes second nature to Will. Ratcatcher was great. I thought she was great. Whereas I thought she did job. She did kind of serve the same purpose to me in this one as El Diablo did in the original, because he was the heart of that film, whereas she was kind of the heart of this film. Again, the humor, Polka Dot Man, like Austin said, it really did not work for me. I just thought it was kind of stupid. Same with Killer Shark. I mean, just being played for a fucking laugh. I still prefer the original for a more scarier Killer Shark, who's not a complete fucking moron. How was this guy King of the Sea or whatever, what the fuck ever? But the characters were just kind of a mix for me. Didn't work. Some of them I liked, some of them I didn't. I didn't even like Harley Quinn. Johnny be happy to know I really did not like Harley Quinn in this.
Which is funny because I was more tolerant of Harley Quinn in this one. I still didn't.
And I hated her in this one.
I was more tolerant.
Horrible. I mean, it's not even just the angel spooging line. It was just, dear God, she was just way too fucking much. But the angel spooging line does kind of encapsulate it all for me. How I feel about her in this film. But yeah, and the whole, and I'm sorry, Devin, but the whole thing with Amanda Waller, them attacking Amanda Waller, that shit does not going to fly for me. They would never do that to the real Amanda Waller because they would know the real Amanda Waller would have them fucking killed. That's not even fucking funny. Amanda Waller, and for her to just go on as if that shit never happened, that's just, I have a real problem with that. That's not Amanda Waller. Amanda Waller would have had them fucking killed. Yeah. She would have shot him her damn self. So, I mean, there's no fucking way.
Where would you rank it again?
Oh, sorry. I have it at number 11. Right? This is the first of the ones that I just really did not care about. The first 10, yeah, actually, I was actually surprised. I thought I would not like more, but I mean, had not liked more. But actually, there's only 6 of them that I really just didn't like.
Yeah.
This is just the best of the worst of them to me.
I forgot to do this before. Apologies. But our boy movie and cartoon fan, his picks so far up until this point, Wonder Woman 1984, or not that one, my bad. Wonder Woman 1984, 6.5, is rated 9th for him. And then Zack Snyder's Justice League is a 10 out of 10 for him, which is number 1. And then The Suicide Squad is 9 out of 10 at number 6. That's how he would rate them. But yeah, The Suicide Squad, fun time. Not the greatest thing ever, but I enjoyed my time with it. But it is one of 2 movies that Mark hates that he bought for me on DVD for some reason, because I guess he's just that good of a friend. but I just found that to be really funny. But yeah,
So just a heads up for our next view, we already did full in-depth reviews of these.
Yeah.
So we're going to go a little quicker.
We're not going to be going bit by bit by each person. We're just kind of going to discuss it for a little bit and then move on because we've already talked about them in length. If you want to do that, the link is in the description. You might have to refresh the page because I did it after we went live. My apologies. So yeah, but the first out of the ones we've already done is Black Adam. Hey, Black Adam, you should be a hero.
No.
Hey, Black Adam, you should be a hero.
No.
Hey, Black Adam, help us fight the CGI bad guy.
Okay.
Thank you, Black Adam. Are you a hero now?
No.
Yeah, we all knew that's what the movie would be, and that's what it ended up being.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's number 11.
For me, it's number 8.
Okay.
It's fine. Again, like similar to what Austin's thoughts for me for his views on the Suicide Squad is my thoughts on Black Adam. Fun popcorn movie, not much else. I loved Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate. I thought that was pitch perfect casting. I believe Aldous Hodge was Hawkman. He was really good. I didn't mind Quintessa Swindell as Cyclone. I don't know the actress, so I didn't expect what to expect from her. But she was surprisingly really good, like for what little she did. I didn't mind Noah Centineo as Atom Smasher. I thought he was fine, but I can see why people had a problem with him because it seems like DC trying to do Tom Holland Spider-Man, which I don't know who mentioned that in the initial review. I think it was Mark, but yeah, I can kind of see that. So, it's a good movie, like fine, decent, but nothing great. But I don't know if anybody else wants to reveal their thoughts on the film.
I mean, I'll just make mine real quick because I'm gonna hop off. I'm really not feeling. I'm feeling kind of under the weather and I need to get some rest. Like my temperature was really high. So, but anyway, Black Adam, it's at number 10 for me. It's just kind of meh to me, similar to what I said with Suicide Squad. I don't hate it, but I would be lying if I said I liked it. I mean, it's honestly just a plain safe by numbers superhero film. Nothing really else to say about it. It's just, I mean, honestly, I can't even remember a whole lot that happened in it because I only saw this once in theaters, and honestly, I forgot a whole lot about it. So, yeah, not really much else I could say. And with that, John will be able to read the rest of my picks. You got my. So I'm going to go and hop off.
I just have to scroll up quite a bit, but yeah, okay. I got you.
Okay, so I'm going to go and hop off, get some rest. So, yeah. All right, take it easy, guys.
Take it easy, brother. Love you, man. Take it easy. And then there were 4. For me, the weakness of this film comes down to Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. It's kind of down to The Rock.
His inability to act.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, more like Dwayne the Pebble. Yeah, he was acting like a rock in this film. Showed no emotion.
He's the Pebble.
Seriously. Oh, dear God, it was bad. I mean, this role did not play to his strengths at all.
Because it's like he's a generic blockbuster star. He's not Dave Bautista. Like, say what you will about John Cena, the man, because as I've said, with the trifecta of wrestlers that are being seen in movies a lot, is Dave Bautista, John Cena, and The Rock. And in terms of those 3, The Rock is the blockbuster star. He's not good, but he sells. Although in this day and age, that's kind of going downhill more and more. But at this point, he still sells. He sells tickets. Just people like his charisma for what little he has, I guess. And then John Cena, the dude is genuinely fucking funny. Like, I know some people didn't like him as Peacemaker, fine, but in other movies, like, he is genuinely really funny. Like, I saw a couple scenes from that stupid movie, Cock Blockers, and I'm like, oh my God, I had no interest in this movie, but he's really funny. Like he's
He is
genuinely
funny.
like in a he's not like I'm not gonna act like he's like fucking George Carlin or something like that.
No,
But
I
like
mean, he's
he
fun.
gets like timing. He gets like the type of humor he can do is like he can do like family friendly, but he can also do like naive, deadpan. He can do a lot of ranges of comedy, and he's really genuinely funny. And then Dave Bautista is just genuinely a great fucking actor. Like, where the fuck did he come from?
Yeah,
Like,
really,
dude
seriously.
was Green Guy in Guardians, and like then he's like, oh my god, he can actually fucking act. He's in
Yeah,
Dune.
really.
He's in Blade Runner 2049. He was amazing in Knock at the Cabin. Like, what the fuck, Dave? What are you doing, man?
Yeah.
But like, genuinely, he's a great fucking actor, and so that's where it fits. He was designed to sell tickets for this movie, and it also fucking pisses me off that they retconned events from Shazam because they're like, oh, I gave my powers, gave the powers of Shazam to Black Adam. No, you gave it to his son, and then he gave it to and they had to retcon it because fucking The Rock can't handle being a bad guy. God forbid.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I understand.
Exactly.
Okay, here's the thing. I get it. Black Adam has been an anti-hero in the comics, full on hero at points, but the thing is, there it's been done well. Here, it fucking wasn't. So it just didn't work. He was just like it just like didn't fucking work like at all. I will say the costumes were really good. I will say that I like his costume. Like it was like sort of like that old school like look to it, and I really liked that. But I'm just gonna say it. Henry Cavill in his 2-second cameo had more charisma than The Rock throughout this entire fucking movie. Pretty much.
Yeah, really, pretty much, exactly. Yeah, I mean, the sad thing is, this should have been, if this were a Justice Society movie instead of a Black Adam movie, and just take him out, this would have been fine.
Yeah,
it would have been fine. I mean,
just have them fight Sabak, and then have that be the movie.
Well,
like,
or just someone with any kind of they're gods.
I will say Sabak in the comics, I did read up on him like after I saw the movie, and he's honestly he's essentially a demonic Shazam. That is fucking cool if done right. Like straight up, because like Sabak, like just like I don't know what the initials are, but like Shazam is like Solomon, Hercules, Atlas, Sabak, it's like Beelzebub, all that shit. Like they stand for demonic entities.
Yeah, the Mesopotamian gods. Yeah,
that's like, and that's really cool. But no, he's generic demon guy in this movie, and it's like fucking really, man, come on.
I mean, it had some. I mean, I did like the whole idea of Intergang occupying them. The whole idea of Western imperialism that could have been explored better, but I mean, they just fumbled the ball on it. Jesus Christ! I mean, I did think the girl, I forget her name, she was really good, really pretty too.
Yeah, who played Isis, the character who they couldn't call Isis because of obvious reasons, But yeah, she was good. She had a good. I didn't mind the fat brother. Like I thought he was kind of funny at points. And then the little kid, honestly, again, the little kid had more fucking.
He really did. That's
sad.
I mean, that's dear God. I mean, but that pretty much sums it up. His poor acting ability pretty much sums up.
It's just a generic superhero movie, which honestly, with how bad the movies got, especially last year. I'll take it. Honestly, I'll take it. It's generic slop, but you know what? I'll take it.
Yeah, like Black Adam's like my number 10. It's just okay. Popcorn film.
It's my number 13.
Popcorn flick, just generic, but I'll take that.
It's my number 13 because he's unbearable to watch on screen. Dear God.
That's fair.
I mean, he didn't even get a good villain either. I mean, Jesus. I mean, Sabak was not good.
I think I was just
but yeah.
I think I was just won over by the Justice Society here, in all honesty.
Yeah,
I think I was just kind of won over by that. And I liked Kahndaq as a setting. Like, I thought that was...
I did like that as a setting, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and like scenes here and there. Like, it was like, okay, it's fine.
I knew I was going to hit when they started playing, Back in Black, or Painted Black. They started playing Painted Black. Yeah, we're right with, oh my God, what the fuck?
That was really dumb. I'm like, are you fucking
that was fucking cringy. Like, well, how fucking dare you? My God, I'm getting so sick of rock songs being ruined like that.
Jeez. Anyway, let's move on to good Shazam films. because we have Shazam Fury of the
Hell yeah.
Gods. Let's say, by the way, first things first, the Razzies, go fucking fuck yourselves. You wouldn't know a bad movie if it fucking
Seriously.
put its dick in your fucking ass.
Yeah.
Fuck you
What
guys.
is bad about this movie?
I
don't
don't
get it.
know.
I don't get it.
I don't get it. Like, the
It's
only
fun.
thing, okay,
Yeah.
to be fair, the Razzies thrive on controversy because remember in 2016 they fucking BVS fucking sweeped the nominations, yet not one nomination for the Ghostbusters movie that shall not be named.
Yeah.
They thrive on controversy. They nominated Stanley Kubrick way back then for The Shining in its first ever Razzies. These guys thrive on controversy. They nominated a little kid for worst actress. These guys are fucking stupid. But
They
I still
really
want
are.
to say go
I
fuck
hate the
yourselves
Razzies.
because go fuck yourselves.
Yeah.
But
I hate
even
the
then,
Razzies. They're so mean spirited. I mean, Jesus.
it's just terrible. It's just really
Really
terrible.
is.
But ignoring that, I really love this movie. This is actually my number 2. Straight up. I have so much love for Shazam. I have so much love for Zachary Levi as the character. I have so much love for Asher Angel. All these characters. I understand it's not the great. It's if we're actually counting like the quality of the movie, it would probably be technically worse for me. But I just love just like the nature of this movie, and I like how I wish it could have been done better. But I really liked how Billy did go a complete 180 with this movie. How initially it was he didn't want a family. Now he's like trying so hard to keep this family because he doesn't want to be abandoned again. Like he doesn't like how like you have like the dreading of like the 18 rule, how like he might get kicked out. And like he has that like really tender moment towards the end with his mother. I'm getting chills down my spine just by talking about it. Like there was like the really genuinely great moment with his foster mom about like how she's like, no, I'm your mother. I love you so much. And it was just like so wonderful and genuine. And I love how cute the like Faith Herman as Darla is like adorable. I don't give a fuck. She is so fucking adorable. And I know people were like making fun of the Skittles thing. I get it. Like, you know, like, oh, it's I mean, people were ragging on Man of Steel for fucking years with the product placement. So like I get it. People, you know, got on their fucking high horse about
Always
that.
had product placement in film.
But like honestly, one, it's not even close to Michael Bay levels, and two, as a person who watched the original Care Bears Nostalgia Critic review, hearing Taste the Rainbow Motherfuckers on the big screen, that was a delight for me. Like, in all honesty, yeah, we don't like Nostalgia Critic nowadays, but hearing that was pretty fucking awesome. But like, yeah, it just like, it got like everything so right for me, you know? It just really hit everything. And I really loved it. It's not as good as the first movie, but it hit a lot of aspects that I really liked it.
Not going to dive in too much because we already did a review of it.
Yep.
I don't get the hate for this movie. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a lot of fun. It's number 8 in my ranking.
Yeah, it's number 9 for me. It's fun.
Yeah, it's number 7 for me. I thought it was a lot of fun. I mean, Jesus. I mean, I thought it was right there with
I know I loved it the most, but like it's genuinely such a fun movie. And believe it or not, Rachel Zegler is actually not half bad in this movie.
Really good. Yes. She's really good.
And
She's great.
I'd just like to say this. Michael Keaton, the guy. Michael Keaton in The Flash, the guy. Diedrich Bader is the Batman in the red suited superhero movie with a lightning bolt on his chest. The guy you don't have to worry about. Diedrich Bader was the Batman cameo we all deserved in 2023 in a movie with a red suited superhero with a lightning bolt on his chest.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what anybody says. Diedrich Bader is better than Michael Keaton.
Speaking of which,
why do you have to punish me
Oh,
like this?
God. No.
this is
Again.
number 13 in my ranking. Again, we did an hour and a half long review going into detail about everything that's wrong with this movie,
Yeah.
from the horrible CGI that makes his
But it was
worst
intentional, Devin.
Oh.
It was intentional.
my ass makes
Seriously.
post Endgame MCU look like both Avatar movies. Humor is horrible. Michael Keaton is a joke. Michael Shannon's a joke. Like, again, look how they massacred my boy. And you don't have not just one Ezra Miller, but two Ezra Millers. Thank God this movie bombed.
Oh my god! Like I went on a rant during the
Fuck this movie.
stream.
Yep.
I
Number
just have to
15
say
for me.
this.
It's my lowest. It's my lowest film.
Like
Straight
I
up.
have to say this. Like the fact that they CGI dead actors with awful CGI.
Yeah.
Go fuck yourself.
And on top of that, I'm sure you guys already know, the people watching, the one person that's watching, and I'm sure you guys know already. Yeah, the Reeve family, the Reeve family estate did not consent to that, by the way. They did not know about it until people messaged them about it, and they're like, we had no idea. That's
they were pretty upset.
gotta
That's
be illegal.
awful.
And the thing is, I don't even mind so much them being digitally inserted as long as they have the permission of the family. But that was just,
that was terrible.
Just
yeah, that really was. Yeah,
like,
exactly.
It was
you should fucking hear Nicolas Cage talking about this, because he was on set, he performed, and he was like, oh my god, like, you should watch the interview. Like, I know it's depressing to see because we all love Nick Cage and we all love him as an actor, but watching like him describe his feeling, he's like they gave me 5 seconds to interpret what I think the end of the multiverse would look, the death of the universe would look like. And he's like, I had to do this with just my eyes and my face, and I tried so hard to like interpret that. And then I saw the film and I was fighting a giant spider.
Yeah.
Fuck you, though.
Seriously, exactly. Yeah, yeah. And it's like, I saw that, and Michael Shannon, he said something similar, where he's like, look, I mean, on the original on Man of Steel, it was like 8-9 months of work, showing up and getting ready and all this. This was like, what, 30 minutes or something? It's like, all right, we're good. Like, what the fuck? Like,
him talking about it, he's like, yeah, I don't know why I did this.
Exactly.
It was honestly funny. Like,
exactly. He said he asked Zack. He's like, is that all right if I do it? Zack was like, yeah, go ahead, do it.
He's like, I don't give a fuck. Fuck those guys.
Yeah,
just get a new yacht. It's fine.
Exactly. Yeah, get yourself some money, man. It's cool.
It's whatever. It's a terrible fucking movie. Go watch our review of it. It's so bad, but putting babies in microwaves and but I will say I remember, I don't know if I was laughing so hard, but it always makes me laugh whenever I think of it, where Mark was like, I mean, come on, Ezra Miller becoming the greatest villain of the multiverse. That's pretty funny.
It fits. It fits.
Like,
hell, that kind of fit. It's my number 15 that be damn near. I almost put it at the bottom. It was my number 15, but it's like, nah, Justice League.
To be fair, you were more insulted by Joss League, and that's fair.
I was insulted, but yeah. I think The Flash is probably a worse film, but
it's
yeah,
definitely
I agree.
Worse. But before Devin falls asleep on us, let's move on to, because every other movie this year was good, last year was good. So let's move on to Blue Beetle.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't disappointed. I was a little disappointed. It was kind of like generic a little bit at points. But I think Joe Duena, that dude is severely talented. I love him on Cobra Kai, and I think he did a really excellent job here. And I think the family aspect was really good. I know people are like, oh, it's a ripoff of Fast and Furious. It's like, no, it's Hispanic culture. Shut the fuck up. Like, it was integral, and just like, I think it's integral in the comics too, if I remember. I haven't read a lot of,
Well, I mean, it was like
Jaime Reyes, but
his paranoid uncle saying, people were pissed off, like you said, Batman is a fascist, but it fits for his uncle, it
fits for that character,
Yeah, it was.
And You know, it's just like I don't know. It again similar with Aquaman, although not as good. Although I put this at number 5. Blue Beetle is number 5 for me. It does scratch an itch. Like it fits that Aquaman vibe of like it scratches an itch. It's not the most perfect movie ever. It's not nearly as good as Aquaman, but it scratches an itch. It's really good. I think the chemistry between him and Jennifer Cord is really good. I don't mind Susan Sarandon. She's like campy and over the top, but I think it like kind of works. I didn't mind the OMAC guy either. He was just like, henchman, and that's fine. The CGI was surprisingly not bad, considering that this was just supposed to be an HBO Max movie. Well, at the time, HBO Max. So like honestly, it again, like it did fall into those dumb conventions, a little tropey, a little predictable, but it was still really good, and I can't wait to see him again because I mean James Gunn did confirm that he's gonna come back most likely in the Booster Gold show. If any of us know anything about it, like that's the most obvious explanation if he were to come back. But yeah, I thought it was a good fun time.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a lot of fun. The CGI looked great, especially on that suit. Dear God.
Oh
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Blue Beetle. It's number 6 on my ranking.
It's number 6 for me
It's
too.
number, I think it's number 9 for me. Yeah, number 9. So, but like I said, I liked all of my 6 through 10. So I mean,
yeah, it's a good time. And someone actually mentioned, I think it was KR Presents, great user by the way. I would say go subscribe to him. He does a lot of fan made trailers, and although he does do a podcast with a friend of his, and he mentioned he's like, yeah, Blue Beetle is like Spider-Man Homecoming but done right. And when they list the comparisons, when they list like the same aspect, I'm like, holy shit, Blue Beetle is the good version of Spider-Man Homecoming, because it really is. It's just like it's essentially the good version of Spider-Man Homecoming. It's like so much better. And but yeah, it's a good fun time. It's like,
and let's face it, Jim Cord is hot.
What is that?
And let's face it, Jim Cord is hot.
Yeah. I like George Lopez. I thought he was funny here.
George Lopez.
Oh my god, he was so good.
And like, oh, I love that the suit was practical. It was practical with CGI enhancements.
It looked so cool.
It looks so fucking cool.
Yeah, it really did. It looked fantastic. Yeah.
I mean, it could have been better, but like honestly, with what we got, I was very happy with it. I was still happy with it, and I liked what I saw. Unlike the last DCEU movie. Don't worry, we're at the end, guys. Yeah. We're at the end. Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. A very sad end that Patrick Wilson eating a cockroach. And unlike Blue Beetle, it sucked. Like, again, all these movies, all the 2023 movies and Black Adam, we have done reviews for. If you can't, I linked them all in the description, but it's also on the channel. I believe Black Adam, since we did it 2022, it's under videos because we had to re-upload it from one of our personal channels, but everything else is under live. So you could just find those if you want to know our further thoughts. And I will also be linking Letterboxd stuff in the description. So after this is uploaded. So we'll be doing that as well. But yeah, Aquaman Lost Kingdom fucking sucks donkey dicks.
It was bad.
Yeah, it was bad, yeah.
Not as bad as The Flash.
Yeah, no, it wasn't that bad, but still bad.
Oh no.
Still bad.
But it is so it is number. Dude, what did I have the Flash at again? I have Aquaman and Lost Kingdom at number 12. It's bad.
It's number 14 for me.
It's number 13 for me.
Like Aquaman 2 is not like anger inducing like The Flash or like my bottom 4, my other
it's just
bottom
like,
4
okay,
entries.
Another shitty movie.
Another one. Amber Heard is in the movie for 20 minutes. She still sucks. Randall Park still sucks. Black Manta is a little bitch.
Randall Park was funny.
Wet sandwich.
Shut up.
Black Manta is a little bitch again. Another CGI bad guy. Aquaman acts like Taika Waititi's Thor.
Ugh.
And again, plays it way too safe. No risks. Yeah,
Nobody
it's bad.
dies except Black Manta. But even then, did he die? Who knows? Who cares? Who gives a fuck?
It's done.
It's done.
Doesn't matter.
Bury
Doesn't matter.
it. Consider this mercy. But yeah, so I'm writing down all of Rob's stuff right now. So I'm just gonna name his rankings for the rest for all the 2023 films. For Shazam Fury of the Gods, his is at number 8. For The Flash, his is at number 14. For Blue Beetle, it's at number 4. And then Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, his is at number 13. And then speaking of movie and cartoon fan, let me get it real quick. So Shazam Fury of the Gods for him is second to last outside of Justice League. Second to last is Shazam Fury of the Gods, and then The Flash he never watched, I believe. Yeah, he didn't watch Flash or Aquaman. And good movie and cartoon fan. I know you're not watching, but if you're watching it back, never watch those because they suck. And then Blue Beetle is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th, and he gives it an 8 out of 10. So yeah, that is it for our DCEU ranking. It was a little bit of a mess, but that's usually the case whenever I host.
There's only one thing. Yeah, there's only one thing I can say about this piece of shit. It was my number 12, by the way. I am Aquaman.
I mean, the stream was the best, but then again, so was the DCEU. So it works.
I still stand by that. Man of Steel shouldn't have started a cinematic universe. It may be like
it wasn't intended to.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I agree with that. Yeah. Like, it should have, like, whether it be Zack Snyder or somebody else, like, it should have like been his Nolan trilogy for Superman. Just have a trilogy, maybe a saga, and that's it. But the fact that it like did better than Green Lantern and they needed to do a cinematic universe, quote unquote, they're like, okay, guess this is our cinematic universe now. So that's what we got, and we shouldn't have gotten that. Like, I still stand by that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, exactly, because they decided to piggyback off of that to make a cinematic universe. And Zack was like, look, I'm not trying to do that. I just want to make my own little 5-film arc here. And so,
well, it depends on what he had planned and what he didn't, because it is kind of fuzzy, like whether it was, Man of Steel, Batman vs Superman, and then the Justice League films, because I think like Man of Steel 2 was different at one point, and I don't remember exactly what it was. I think Bullets and Blockbusters did a video on it that I haven't watched yet, but but in terms of what we got from BVS on, yes, it was that 5-film arc with whatever spinoffs they plan to do, but I think it was different just when they had Man of Steel, because I think he had a Man of Steel 2 in mind, a different Man of Steel 2 in mind, I believe.
I don't know, no, because I mean, Jay Oliva's always said that he had storyboards already. He had talked to him about.
I'm a little sus about it, but like, I just like I'm just I don't know, because I've heard so many conflicting reports on like certain things, so I honestly don't know what is real. The best we know is that it was a 5-film arc from the beginning, and that was it, and whatever spinoffs. Because I know it was, because I remember seeing that like.
Well, he said he's I would just get that he said that he planned to have Batman in the sequel from.
Yeah. Because I remember another thing where it was like WB also, in addition to that, wanted to do a trilogy of everything. Of like each hero, like with Wonder Woman, the Flash, and all that, and then eventually it was gonna get rebooted with Flashpoint, and like at the end of the Flash's trilogy arc, and that would reboot everything, and then they had all the planned movies like Justice League Dark and all that. So there's so much information. We don't know where it pieces through. We just know that Zack Snyder had a 5-film arc allegedly from the beginning. Who knows? But that's, I think, what it was. But anyway, that's neither here nor
there. To anyone that watched the stream, thank you. This will be our last special stream for a while. It's going to be a little late to not do these longer streams.
Yeah, exactly.
We will be back to doing our traditional reviews, and stay tuned next time for our first official movie review of 2024, Argyle. And I'll be hosted by Mark. Matthew Vaughn. Looks fun.
Yeah. So that is it for now. We have our DCEU ranked. I'll post a bunch of links in the comments, all of our letterboxes, all available lists I can find of everybody here. So if you miss something, or if we were just too confusing, which is fair, then you have that if you're curious, if you're interested. So, but that is it for now. Next week we will see you with Argyle. So peace out, ladies and gents, and thank you for watching if you watched all the way through.
Once again, we have brought light into the world. You're welcome, viewers.